Chapter 251. The second path is more difficult. Danny sighed and analyzed for them with her fingers. First of all, there needs to be a wise and decisive king who can integrate the power of the 7 countries and carry out a plan with all his might. Secondly, the scholars have to work hard on how to localize foreign products, which means planting spices, black rice, tea leaves and other crops in the 7 countries. They also have to learn Barty's silk and porcelain technology, Mir's glass precision processing technology, and Koer's forging and smelting technology. Lastly, the king has to make industrial arrangements according to the specific situation of the 7 countries, then mobilize the whole country to create a huge industrial chain, mobilize the people to engage in production, and improve the Westeros industrial and agricultural standards. Professor Perez-Tan looked at Danny with admiration and nodded. Very good, this is the way of the king. It's good, but can you do it? Can the City of Knowledge imitate the products of the free cities? Glass, mirrors, porcelain, smelting, weaving, how many do you know? Well. The old man frowned and thought for a while, then said, we can slowly figure it out. We scholars are not afraid of sacrifice. We can explore the big cities on a large scale for a few years, and there will be a time when we learn. Damn it, he made it sound so refreshing to secretly learn other people's technology. His skin was so thick that it was scary. What was the difference between this and the country of animals? Doctor, I heard something, Danny reminded him with a straight face. In Koer, scholars are even more unpopular than Dothraki. Koer had the smelting technology of Valeglia that had been passed down since ancient times. There was once a scholar who secretly learned the technology of recasting Valeglia steel, but he was caught red-handed. Not only did he have 2 hands chopped off, the scholar's reputation was ruined for 100 years. Take off your necklace, take off your grey robe, wear leather armor, and hang a sword at your waist. Who will know that we are scholars? Professor Perez-Tan said proudly. All right, there were many scholars in the City of Knowledge anyway. There was nothing to be afraid of if there were dozens or hundreds of one-armed scholars. Danny frowned and asked, the City of Knowledge has a few thousand years of history. Don't tell me that you have not mastered some core technology. What core technology? I have no technology that can be turned into great benefits. Let me think about this. The old doctor thought hard, and so did the other doctors. It was so quiet in the meeting room that a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, the old doctor shook his head helplessly and sighed. Actually, we know a little about forging, smelting, glass, and weaving technology, but we are not as exquisite as the other party. It was as good as not saying anything. Since that's the case, there's only one way left. Oh, there's a third option. The professors looked over in surprise. Miss Layla's previous 2 development paths, one evil and one good, were very feasible. This made everyone look forward to her third path. Let the Iron Throne and the nobles do whatever they want. When the last gold royal is spent, we'll declare bankruptcy and reorganize. What do you mean by bankruptcy and reorganization? Professor Perez-Tan was confused. When the previous kings and lords stepped down, they invited the creditors who borrowed the most money to become the king of King's Landing and the lord of the territory. For example, the current Queen Regent just happened to be widowed and unmarried. She could go to Braavos and import a major shareholder of the Iron Treasury to be her husband, and the financial crisis of the Iron Throne would be easily solved. This. The professor frowned. He wanted to refute Danny's nonsense, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that the Iron Treasury is ruthless. According to your plan, the Westeros will fall under the control of Braavos in less than a few decades. A professor shook his head. Then don't marry the husband of Braavos. Go to Kohler and find a great noble. Let him bring Kohler's advanced smelting technology to King's Landing and become the king. When you learn the smelting technology, find an opportunity. Danny made a throat-slitting gesture. Queen Mother Cersei is familiar with this. Familiar? Professor Perez-Tan was shocked. How did King Robert die? Danny continued with her bad idea. Then let Queen Mother Circe go to Myr to find her third husband, Tyrase, barbarian land to find her fourth, fifth. The old professor shook his head and interrupted her. Impossible. She's not stupid. Why would she allow her core technology to be leaked? Also, with Circe's personality, not only will she not agree, she will also chop off the head of the person who suggested this. This won't work, that won't work. Then what do you suggest? Dani leaned back in her chair and asked coldly. Trade deficits were a difficult problem to solve in modern society. Otherwise, the Americans would not have been so crazy in recent years. Even the great American empire has decided to be shameless, and you're still picking and choosing here, hoping to solve the problem in an honorable and trustworthy way. Let's discuss it further. After the meeting in the evening, the professors racked their brains and finally found that the three unreliable methods proposed by Layla were the most feasible. The others were prepared to stay up late and work hard, determined to come up with the perfect plan. However, Dani left the meeting before dinner. She wanted to talk to Pate about the recent situation, but when she went to the small lounge next door, she found out that he had left the steward's pavilion with Wargrave in the afternoon. When she returned to the Feather Quill for dinner, Dani was shocked to see a one-eyed horseman throw 2 silver coins to Emma. He then hugged her daughter Rosie and walked to the bedroom on the second floor with a lecherous smile. There was also a sailor who stared at Rosie's back lustfully and asked Emma, "Didn't you say that only a gold royal can taste little Rosie's bud? That's her first night." Without waiting for the plump waitress to answer, a scholar's apprentice who occupied a table by himself, it was the blonde young man who held Rosie in the afternoon, laughed softly and said, "Count Garland gave me a bag of gold royals the day before yesterday, and little Rosie's bud opened that night. In just 2 days, her price dropped from 1 gold royal to 2 silver deer. In a few days, I guarantee that even you poor dockside bastards can taste the leftovers." Emma glared at him, and the sailor who was mocked as a poor bastard also looked at him angrily, but no one cursed the blonde young man. "Ah, Lady Layla. The world's first female knight. She's the woman who crowned herself with love and beauty. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful." Like an international superstar appearing on the noisy street, Dani instantly became the most dazzling person in the hall from the moment she stepped through the door. Even the singers who were singing and playing the piano immediately changed their tune and sang their own songs, such as Knight Layla's poem and The Iron Knight's Laurel. That's right. Dani had almost surpassed Prince Flair and Jenny of the city of Baron Stone, Dragon Knight and Queen Nyesi, and she had reached the level of a legendary hero. Well, Prince Flair and the like were only modern heroes. Only the protagonists in legendary stories such as Fool Florian and Joan, King of the Frontier, Winterhorn, Star-Eyed Simeon, Bard Bell, Winter Rose, and other legendary stories that had been passed down for thousands of years and were known by Westeros to be real legends. As the diners exclaimed, "The legendary hero," Dani walked straight to the young man's table and sat down. She asked, "You're from the Tyrell family of hiding?" The blonde young man was stunned for a while before he snorted with a red face, "My name is Leo Tyrell. I'm Duke Mystillier's cousin." "Lady Layla, you're so brave. I saw you defeat Count Garland and Sir Dickon with my own eyes. You're also very beautiful. You're as dazzling as the sun in the entire tournament. This young man is not bad. Not to mention his character, his knowledge is really impressive." "Leo, I know Pate. I'm friends with him," Dani said lightly. Leo was stunned for a while before he realized that this lady knight was going to stand up for its swineherd Pate. "Damn it, I'll buy Rosie tonight to vent my anger." "Lady Layla, you've wronged me," Leo complained. "Although my father doesn't have a fief, he's still the brother of the Duke. He's also the commander of the old town's garrison. It's common for me to spend a silver deer on a meal. I'm not boasting about my background by saying this. I just want you to understand that if I wanted to deliberately insult Pate, I would have done so with my financial resources. I heard everything just now." Dani's eyes flashed with a faint light and gradually, there was a trace of dragon soul power. Leo's heart trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was cold, and he unconsciously told the truth. That evening, I saw Pate and Rosie arguing by the river. Not long after, Rosie ran away crying. I found Rosie outside the tavern and found out that the two had broken down after I asked her. Pate decided to give up on love and focus all his energy on his studies in the future, so that he could wear the necklace one day. Although I've said many times in front of Pate that I want to buy Rosie's first night, we see each other all the time. Why would I make him and his friends dislike me for a waitress? Danny didn't listen to Leo's one-sided story. After that, she used a silver deer to confirm it with Rosie's mother, Emma. Alas, I also want my daughter to have a good home, but her mother is a waitress, and I don't even know who her father is. Would a big family want her as a daughter-in-law? But marrying an ordinary farmer is not as good as having a stepmother. I won't hide it from Miss Layla. In the past 20 years, I've saved a total of 18 gold royals. Even without Rosie's support, it's enough for the rest of my life. It's 10 times, 100 times better than a peasant woman. As for that swineherd, Pate. Perhaps he was indeed infatuated with Rosie for a period of time, but I've met too many Pates in my life. They've also said a lot of sweet words to me, but in the end, they still left. But Danny still felt that there was a problem. She could understand a man's heartlessness, but Pate hadn't done it yet. If Pate indulged in beauty, the carrot dangling from his mouth would only make him more persistent, and he wouldn't suddenly give up. If Pate really loved Rosie, he wouldn't leave his beloved to other men, unless he was practicing martial arts. It was a pity that there was no great art of Dao heart-wearing hat in this world. After dinner, Danny and the old knight walked to the City of Knowledge again. They were going to the library tonight to look for information. Carrying a lantern and walking on the dark path by the river, Danny asked, "When you met Pate this afternoon, did you feel that his temperament changed?" "Yes, less cowardly and weak. More calmness, more wisdom, and more." The old knight seemed to be deep in thought. "It's hard to describe. I can't say that I hate him, but there's a coldness that I don't want to come into contact with." Danny's eyes flashed and said with certainty, "There's something wrong with Pate." Chapter 252. As expected, she knew what the key was after she went to the library. The three buildings were connected together to form a huge H. The four-story building was made of brick and stone. The front and back of the main hall were covered with soft grass. It was not hard to imagine that many apprentices would sit on the grass and read during the day. Entering the hall on the first floor, she saw a map on the wall. It showed the room number and the corresponding book type. The guard on the first floor only looked up at Danny. He did not even check her identity card before letting them in. The single-room library was not big. At least, it was not as big as a modern provincial library that was thousands or tens of thousands of square meters. According to the age, type, and rarity of the books, the library was divided into 225 spacious stone rooms. If one needed to read a book, they could use the key to open the door and get the book. The books that the students and apprentices could borrow were not the original copies. Beside the walkway, under the eaves, and in the hall, even though it was already dark, there were still a few old apprentices who lit oil lamps and copied books at their desks. Danny felt like she was back in her university study room. The first place to go was the archive room on the third floor. Iron boots echoed on the marble walkway. There was not a single apprentice nearby. She opened the thick wooden door with a bronze key. The smell of ink and tanned leather filled her nose. The stone room was 200 square meters wide. It was so quiet and dark that it was like a tomb. Lifting the oil lamp, she saw 7 or 8 tall wooden shelves that took up 3/4 of the space in the room. They were filled with bound books. According to the age marked on the shelves, she found the latest 2 years of court bulletins and important official news. They were excerpts of letters sent to the City of Knowledge by the scholars from the various lords' families. White Knight took a thick stack of documents to the first floor. Danny stayed there alone. She locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat down cross-legged with her back against the bookshelf. She opened the long and narrow box hanging in her thick cloak and took out a glass candle. Moments later, the gray light lit up. Danny almost immediately found Larissa and Marvin, who were wandering aimlessly. Just like before, when Danny found them, they did not find her. She used her mental power to enter the gray light. A few kilometers away in the crow's nest, the magician Marvin's tower, the glass candle suddenly shone brightly. A gray shadow crawled out of the candlelight. "Ah, it's Master Shikue!" Marvin exclaimed. "Fortunately, it didn't crawl out of my mouth this time." Larissa patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Under everyone's gaze, the gray ball of light stretched into a blurry female figure like plasticine. It was a bit like a 3D projection made by 50 Cent Special Effects. "When I left the last time, Marvin and I exchanged beacons. Of course, I don't need to use your mental space as a transit station," Danny explained as she frowned at the two additional people, Leo Tyrell and Swineherd Pater. "How did the two of them get together?" "They are." She pointed at the two and asked directly. Leo was dumbfounded, as if he was scared silly by the scene in front of him. On the other hand, Pater's brown eyes were filled with bewilderment, and the freckles on the sides of his nose were also flashing with excitement. However, in the face of such a fantastical scene, he didn't lose his mind. "I'm Pater, Dr. Mulwin's assistant," Pater stammered. Danny's pupils shrank as she looked down. She really saw a hemp rope on Pater's chest with a silver chain hanging from it, medical. His neck was still empty in the afternoon. Now, not only did he get a chain, but he also got a new doctorate instructor. The blonde youth also came back to his senses as he bowed elegantly and introduced himself. "Hello, Master Shikue. I'm also Dr. Mulwin's assistant, Leo Tyrell. I didn't see these two apprentices before." Danny turned to Dr. Mulwin and deliberately asked in a suspicious tone, "Could it be that you didn't find a candidate for the gathering and pulled these two little muggles to make up the numbers?" "Muggles?" "Ordinary people who don't understand mystical knowledge." "Oh." Oxneck Marvin nodded and explained, "Leo has been my assistant for a long time. Pater was introduced by Larissa this afternoon. I saw that he was quite smart, so I stayed to help him." Blackie also nodded and said, "Dr. Wargrave is so old that he can't even recognize people and can't teach Pater knowledge." After accompanying him to get a silver chain this afternoon, he introduced him to Dr. Mulwin. "Did the two of you get meditation from the glass candle?" Danny asked again. "Not yet, but I'm learning the 32 Veleglia alphabet," Leo said. "I didn't light the candle either," Pater said cautiously. People who could light the glass candle for the first time were extremely rare, and learning could indeed develop the brain and improve the quality of mental power. Perhaps they couldn't light the candle when they were young, but when their bodies matured as adults, their intelligence and knowledge were greatly improved, and they were qualified to become a wizard. Of course, there was a higher chance that Leo and Pater were muggles. "How many mages did you find this week?" "About 5. Danny frowned. "About?" Marvin explained awkwardly, "I found a red priest in the lower city, a doctor with a Veleglia steel chain in the City of Knowledge, and a bishop in the Starry Cathedral. Maybe I made a big move, and the old man in the old town in the towering tower knew about the gathering. He and crazy woman Maroya also wanted to join. Sigh, the 7 priests and dogs can't join the supernatural gathering. Forget it, just these 5. Do you have an agreed place to meet? It's best to find a place where there are few people. High-level magic is a little harmful to ordinary people. Is the towering tower okay? There are many empty rooms in the tower." Danny nodded and finally asked, "Let's meet 3 days later at midnight under the towering tower?" "Okay." Just as Danny was about to end the conversation, Larissa suddenly stepped forward and bowed, asking, "Master Shikue, I've encountered some difficulties recently. Not only can I continue to construct the meditation runes, but a quarter of the completed runes also shows signs of collapsing. What's going on? Your talent is actually good, but your basic knowledge is too poor. The meditation runes and the glass candles involve 64 runes, but you only recognized 32 of them, and 7 of them are wrong. There's also a problem with the runes combination." Danny shook her head and sighed. Then what should I do? Blackie was a little panicked. Stop cultivating, or go to the City of Knowledge's library to find the Veleglia secret codex, or find a fire mage teacher. Since the City of Knowledge brought back 4 glass candles from Veleglia, there must be a set of witchcraft knowledge. With Dr. Marvin's authority, he should be able to find it. Danny said with certainty. This, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Marvin shook his head and explained with a bitter smile, in theory, the doctor's black iron key can open all the doors of the library's library. But the real secret codex and secrets are in the underground library, and only the head steward can freely go in and out. And at this sensitive time, I don't dare to ask the Doctor Council for permission to read the codex. Pater, who had been silent, suddenly asked, basement. Is it the library's basement? I've seen a few doctors go in and out of the basement in the library. No, the basement of the library is filled with the original manuscripts of precious books. The secret codex pavilion is in the head steward's pavilion, in the underground library. Dr. Marvin shook his head. Danny glanced at Pater thoughtfully and asked in confusion, why do you say that this is a sensitive time? Dragons. Marvin's expression became extremely solemn. Does Master Shikue know about the Targaryen and dragons? Danny was shocked and nodded. Of course, everyone in the Free City knows that the last princess of the Targaryen family hatched 4 dragons. 4. There's one more recently. Sigh, 3 or 4 are all the same. The doctor shook his head and sighed bitterly. Because of the news about her and dragons, the doctors in the City of Knowledge have become extremely sensitive to the occult. I don't even dare to study magic openly, so how would I dare to ask to enter the library to find the Veleglia secret codex? Why? Danny was puzzled. Thousands of years have passed. As their understanding of the world deepened, the City of Knowledge began to develop its own will to build a real world without magic and witchcraft. Dr. Marvin grinned bitterly, the red juice of the soregrass between his teeth slid down his wide chin. The real world, the age of chaos. Danny was shocked speechless. That's right. They hoped to build a world without dragons, glass candles, prophecies, witchcraft, or any other mystical powers, and even gods. It's a world dominated by mortals. The ancestors of the City of Knowledge called it the real world. This is crazy. So, the City of Knowledge isn't unaware of the magic tide? Danny muttered. The City of Knowledge knows everything. It's because they know all of this that they decided to. At this point, Dr. Marvin shook his head and sighed, there are some secrets that I can't tell you. If I did, no one in this room would be able to live, including me. Leave the City of Knowledge. Marvin turned to look at Larissa and said gently, you're talented. If you have a good teacher to teach you, you might become a great fire mage, just like Master Shikue. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Danny. Blackie also knew what he meant. She looked at Danny with longing eyes. Obviously, since she could not read the secret books of the City of Knowledge, becoming the disciple of Shikue, the successor of Veleglia, was the best choice for Larissa. Let's talk about it after the gathering. Danny was not in the mood to think about taking in a disciple. In the library on the 3rd floor, the gray light of the glass candles went out instantly. Danny frowned and sighed. No wonder the City of Knowledge deliberately targeted me. If there were no dragons, they might not mind the restoration of Targaryen. But dragons revive magic, which is contrary to their expectations of the Age of Chaos. She had mixed feelings. She did not know whether to admire the scholars of the City of Knowledge or to mock them for wasting their efforts. Dragons could bring the magic tide to the human world, but where did the tide come from? The tide came from the sea. Dragons were like the wind, causing waves in the sea of magic. But the existence of the sea of magic was not determined by dragons. In the Age of Chaos, the power of the gods was still active. Knock, knock, knock. While she was in a complicated mood, someone knocked on the heavy wooden door from the outside. My lady, it's me. The old knight sounded a little anxious. I found a terrible message in the files. Danny put the glass candles back into the wooden box, pulled the bolt, opened the oak door, and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Deviant ghosts." The old knight panted and said anxiously, "The Great Wall of the northern region sent an urgent report. The legendary deviant ghosts have appeared. A large number of savages are being driven south. The night watchers are not strong enough. The Great Wall can't be defended." Chapter 253. Deviant Ghosts. "There's the Great Wall, what's there to be afraid of?" Danny's tone was relaxed. The old knight turned around and looked at the corridors. Seeing that there was no one around, he closed the wooden door and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, those are deviant ghosts." "Do you know the legend of deviant ghosts? In the long night 8,000 years ago, deviant ghosts dragged the human world into the eternal night. The winter lasted for 10 years and there was no light at all. Humans were almost wiped out. Fortunately, Yesor Yahai, I know about deviant ghosts and the long night." Danny waved her hand and interrupted him, "But I don't see any tension in the City of Knowledge. They don't seem to be taking this news seriously. Why are you so agitated?" "Because I've met the gods and seen real magic. The scholar must think that the Night Watchman commander is lying, but I know that Scholar Yamant would never be wrong." "Oh right, Your Majesty, do you know Scholar Yamant? He's your blood." The old knight counted with his fingers, "Your grandfather has to call Scholar Yamant second uncle." "Second uncle?" Danny's mouth twitched. She gradually remembered this person. He appeared very rarely in Game of Thrones, so she did not have much of an impression of him. Now, he seemed to be dead. "Is the old man dead?" she asked. "No, he's still alive and well." Still alive." Danny touched her chin, deep in thought. "Your Majesty, the City of Knowledge's attitude towards you is worrying, but you do lack a scholar." The White Knight observed her expression and said tentatively, "Why don't we go to the Great Wall to take a look? The barbarians don't have dragon crossbows. 2 dragons can easily resolve the danger of the Great Wall and bring the old scholar to Slave Bay. We can also confirm the authenticity of the deviant ghosts. 3 birds with 1 stone." "Who's the Night Watchman commander?" "Previously, it was Sir Yora's father, Geo Mormont. A year ago, he led 300 night watchmen north to the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts and barbarians. In the end, they encountered the deviant ghost army at the Fist Peak of the Ancestors. The night watchmen were almost completely wiped out." In the end, the old man's expression became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "The night watchmen violated the guests' rights and killed the barbarian caste who served them. They even violated the oath of the night watchers and murdered their sworn brother, Commander Jiro. Morality has declined to such an extent. It makes one's heart burn with worry." The old man was so sad that he almost shed tears. "What about now?" Danny asked. "At this time, the commander of the Night Watchmen is still uncertain. At least the City of Knowledge hasn't received any letters from the Great Wall. Maybe the election is going on, or maybe the messenger crows are on their way here. After all, the old town is thousands of miles away from the Great Wall. Sai, let's ask for Xuecheng's opinion tomorrow before we make any plans." Danny sighed and slowly explained Xuecheng's attitude towards her. "So, you understand? I think it will be very difficult to ascend to the Iron Throne, and the choice of the Maester represents the attitude of most of the Andalite nobles. Even if I go to the Great Wall and discover deviant ghosts, it will be difficult for me to do anything." The old knight furrowed his brows, his expression changing back and forth. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that it involved the queen that he was loyal to, the old knight would definitely agree with the City of Knowledge's wish to create a real world. Just as Danny had said, the choice of the City of Learning had a very high base of support from the masses. The Andalite civilization naturally rejected the power of gods and monsters. This could also be seen from the doctrine of the 7 gods that they had developed. The 7 gods were the 7 human virtues, and not the worship of natural phenomena. For example, Lala's light and shadow, Inami's sea, and the old gods wind, wood, mountain, water. After a long while, he asked with a hoarse voice, "What are your plans, your majesty?" "Continue with the previous plan and find out the details of the City of Knowledge. But we should change the location. The real secret vault is in the steward's pavilion, and the basement of the library only stores the original manuscripts of the documents." Well, when they were planning to come to the old town, Dani had planned to go to the secret vault of the City of Knowledge to take a look. She had already thought of a way. Previously, she had asked the old knight to go to the first floor to carry out the plan. However, when the old man saw the news about deviant ghosts, he was so scared that he even forgot about the task of being the coordinates. "Your Majesty, since the conflict between you and the City of Knowledge is almost irreconcilable, then we have to change our plan." Baristan, who was gradually recovering from his shock, immediately remembered the responsibility of the White Knight and considered Dani's safety. 2 hours later, the White Knight carried a stack of books and accompanied Dani to the steward's pavilion. There are chairs in the library, and it's very quiet. However, that place is too empty and too quiet. It's scary to think of one person occupying an entire floor in the middle of the night, Dani said with a smile. After the old knight secretly stuffed 4 silver deer into the hands of the watchman in the hall, they were given a 40-square-meter lounge on the second floor. There was a soft couch, chairs, and a small fireplace. If you need tea or food, you can ring the bell outside the door. "An apprentice will come and serve you," the watchman, Rokas, said. "Thank you." As soon as the White Knight closed the door, Dani disappeared from the room like a phantom. The next moment, as if she had teleported, she appeared on a narrow spiral staircase. She walked down the narrow wooden staircase and swept her right hand lightly across the wall. The surroundings were quiet and the space was dark. It was so dark that she could not see her own fingers. After a while, Dani found a torch by the wall. Unfortunately, the torch was too heavy. She could not lift it at all in her spiritual projection state. Snap! Dani raised her hand and snapped her fingers. TSK TSK. A few dark red sparks the size of rice grains flickered on the torch. They were extinguished as soon as they appeared. Well, it had been almost 10 days since she came to the old town. Dani had not stopped practicing the fire manipulation spell. She had almost completed 90% of the runes for the second level, gathering fire elements. If her real body was here, she could ignite the torch with just a thought. Even without the torch, it would not be too difficult for her to create a small fireball the size of an egg. She was much better than Lisbon back then. However, she was only a spiritual projection now. Her level of witchcraft was greatly reduced. These few sparks were also because her real body was too close to her spiritual projection. If she was 100 or even 1,000 miles away, her spiritual projection would not be able to use any witchcraft. If her spiritual projection was beside her real body, she could almost do everything that her real body could, except for the side effect of consuming too much witchcraft. It was very similar to the shadow clone technique in Naruto. This was the reason why Dani had brought the glass candle to the 3rd floor of the library. At first, she thought that the secret codex of the City of Learning was hidden in the basement of the library, so she asked Baristan to wait on the 1st floor while she cast a spell on the 3rd floor. Her projection passed through the ground and entered the underground study. That was because the distance between her real body and her projection was no more than 50 meters. Not only could she use the inferior version of witchcraft, but her spiritual projection could also carry a lot of weight. However, after the old knight learned of the irreconcilable conflict between her and the City of Learning, he immediately advised her not to appear in the City of Learning with her real body. Although most people would not associate you with Queen Layla at first glance, it is undeniable that you are mother and daughter after all. The two of you do have some similarities. Obviously, he had not forgotten about the incident with Dr. Wargrave in the afternoon. At that time, the old knight's heart was in his throat. Well, it was the spiritual projection that had followed the old knight to the steward's pavilion. Her real body had quietly returned to the inn. Blackie was hiding in the river beside the inn. TSK 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 boom. After 7 or 8 consecutive attempts, The whale oil torch was finally ignited by the sparks. Dany looked around with the help of the torch and saw that she was in a cylindrical cellar that was 200 square meters wide and as deep as a two-story building. The arc-shaped bookshelf had 4 levels, which gradually became shorter from the inside out. In front of each level of bookshelf was a tall movable wooden ladder. The innermost bookshelf was placed against the wall, almost touching the ceiling. The outermost bookshelf was about 4 meters high, enclosing a 30 square meter reading room. In the center was a round table surrounded by 7 or 8 high-back chairs. Dany hugged the torch with both hands, and the burning red flame at the top. Ting ting ting, visible to the naked eye, the bright red flame swelled and rose, as if a flame retardant had been added. Then, Dany went from hugging to holding, as if she was holding up a lotus flower from the water. The flame the size of a vegetable bowl broke away from the wooden handle wrapped in oilcloth and burned in the palm of her hand. Dany looked like she was kneading dough, or like Naruto kneading a raisingan. The illusory flame the size of a vegetable bowl changed from an irregular shape to a round ball. Soon, it shrunk from a bright red the size of a volleyball to a dark red the size of a baseball. Finally, when she opened her right hand, a small fireball the size of a pigeon's egg floated out of her palm. It floated in front of her forehead as if she was wearing a headlamp. Then, Dany jumped and flew down from the top of the stairs like a fairy. She was lighter than a feather and more agile than a swallow. She landed right next to the wooden table in the center. She randomly found an ebony bookshelf. It wasn't full, but almost every row had a few or dozens of books of different thickness. There were also white painted markings on the side of the bookshelf, corresponding to each row of books: Witchcraft Asha Shadowbinder, Witchcraft Asha Necromancer, Witchcraft Asha Paladin of Judgment. In addition to Asha's mystical profession, there were also extraordinaires from other parts of the world: Witchcraft Queer's Male Wizard, Prophecy Jujesnai Moon Singer, Witchcraft Barbarian Necromancer, True Blood Witchcraft Coer Black Goat Priest, Alchemy Kings. Landing Alchemist Guild, Witchcraft. Bravos Faceless. The more Dany read, the more shocked she became. She felt as if she had entered the Jade Cave of Langxian and the Huancher Water Pavilion. Those despicable people in the City of Knowledge, even though they say they don't want it, their bodies are very honest. They practically took all the secret arts that could be collected from all over the world and brought them to their own home. Continuing to walk forward, Dany saw a pale ebony bookshelf that belonged to Valeglia: Witchcraft Valeglia Fire Mage, Witchcraft Valeglia Fire Warlock, Prophecy Valeglia Dreamwalker, Witchcraft Valeglia Witchcraft Lens, Witchcraft Valeglia Undying Stone. Just Valeglia alone occupied a large bookshelf. After that, there was a bookshelf dedicated to dragons: Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Egg, Legendary Creature Dragon Young Dragon Taming, Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Taming, Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Dung, Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Slayer Crossbow, Legendary Creature Dragon Body Structure. Just that Dragon Slayer Crossbow column alone was piled with books that were close to 10 meters thick. It could only be described as thick. It was packed to the brim. There were so many documents and books that one couldn't count them all. Fuck, what were the ancestors of Targaryen doing? The City of Knowledge had almost thoroughly researched dragons. The books on the dragon bookshelf were more than all the extraordinary information that she had seen before, other than Valeglia. Chapter 254. Looking at the books about dragons, Dany was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She was angry at the stupidity of the Targaryen ancestors, but she also hated the vicious thoughts of the scholars of the City of Knowledge. Especially when she took out the book, Blood Dragon Dance, and flipped through it. She felt as if she had become the mother of the 20 dragons who had died unjustly. Blood Dragon Dance wasn't the work of a scholar, but the execution process of the Megalosaurus extinction plan. That's right, the blood dragon dance that made the Targaryen family lose their divinity and finally started the Age of Chaos was initiated by the scholars of the City of Knowledge. At that time, at least 10 scholars who served the top nobles were involved. The first was the cause of the blood dragon dance. 200 years ago, the Targaryen family was prosperous. Not only did they have many people, they even hatched more than 20 dragons. At that time, the Targaryen family was at its strongest state in history. At that time, Viserys I and Queen Erin had 3 children. In the end, only the eldest princess, Rhaenyra, survived, so Rhaenyra was always trained as the crown princess. Not long after, Queen Erin also passed away. The king married a legitimate daughter of the Old Town, Hightower, and had 3 sons and 1 daughter. With a stepmother, King Viserys didn't become a stepfather. In order to strengthen his eldest daughter's position, he not only let the young Rhaenyra attend the imperial council, he even ordered the nobles of the country to swear an oath to protect his daughter's rights. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem with Rhaenyra inheriting the throne. It was legal and reasonable. The nobles of the country even swore an oath. That stepmother, queen, came from the Old Town. The scholars' Megalosaurus extinction plan officially began. They didn't need to participate directly. As the instigators behind the scenes, they easily encouraged Queen Hadel to have the idea of dethroning the crown prince. But Rhaenyra didn't make any major mistakes in the court. Instead, she did a good job. The king also loved his eldest daughter very much. The father and daughter got along very well. The plan to dethrone the crown prince failed. But it didn't matter. Every noble had a scholar of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge could easily set off a storm of public opinion. The stepmother queen and the eldest princess were not on good terms. Prince Aegon had the possibility of competing with his half-sister for the throne. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. The nobles had sworn that Rhaenyra didn't do anything wrong. Even if the conflict between Queen Hightower and Princess Royal was made public, no one would really think that the crown prince could be changed. When Viserys I died, Princess Rhaenyra was on Dragonstone Island. The title of Prince of Dragonstone Island was almost equivalent to the title of Crown Prince, but the City of Knowledge deliberately delayed the arrival of messenger crows to Dragonstone Island. They encouraged the queen to directly push her son onto the Iron Throne, creating an established fact. In reality, anyone with any sense would know that doing so would definitely cause a civil war. Because Rhaela had been the crown prince for 30 years, and the old king had always helped her develop her power, the crown prince could be said to be fully fledged. Let's put it this way. When Prince Aegon II, was pushed to the throne, he didn't want to compete with his half-sister for the throne at first. After all, Rhaenyra had been the crown princess for so many years, and her father supported her so much. Her younger brothers had no intention of usurping the throne. In the end, the scholar used the captain of the Kingsguard, Criston Cole, to tell Prince Aegon, "You also know that your mother and Princess Rhaenyra have been fighting for more than 10 years, right? When she ascends the Iron Throne, she will definitely kill your mother and your brothers and sisters. Don't doubt, even if you refuse, Rhaenyra will know what happened today. Will she let go of people like us who have committed treason?" This was also the truth. Aegon had already been pushed onto the Iron Throne. Even if he struggled to run down, ran to his sister's side and cried, "I was forced." But in order to stabilize the rule and establish authority, Rhaenyra would most likely not let him and his mother go. Therefore, the civil war broke out according to the scholars' script. After the civil war broke out, the scholars didn't stop their actions. Among them, the incident of the King's Landing rioters attacking the Dragon's Den was the most shocking. A total of 5 adult Megalosaurus died in the hands of the rioters with axes and iron swords. One of them described, lumberjack Habu quickly learned the skills taught by Scholar Dick. Dick also gave him an iron axe made of Kohler's first-class steel, and let him enter the dragon's den with the rioters. Habu didn't let us down. Srikos, an adult female dragon, was chained up. He nimbly jumped onto her neck and got stuck at the 3rd joint. Our research wasn't wrong. Srikos couldn't turn her head and spit dragon flames at him, nor could she shake her neck to throw him down. Habu was facing the weakest part of the Megalosaurus skull, which was like the temple of a human skull. He shouted the names of the 7 gods while using the axe to chop Srikos' head. After chopping it 15 times, the bone that Professor Danis named Dragon's Wing Point was finally broken. Sigh, as expected of a legendary creature that represented the upper limit of the world's physical creatures. Even the weakest wing point was tougher than steel. Even the blade of the axe was curled up, scorching hot blood and brain matter sprayed out, and Habu's head instantly melted into a pile of mush. However, he had completed his mission, becoming one of the rare dragon slayers of the ancient times. After that, we kept promoting the legend of Lumberjack Habu and reduced the number of times he chopped Srikos to 7. Yes, in Habu's story, he represented the 7 gods to enforce justice on earth. He was the great hero who killed the devil. When he shouted for the last of the 7 gods, stranger, the 7 gods responded to his request and granted him divine power. He finally pierced through Srikos' scales and bones and smashed into her brain. Fortunately, Dani wasn't in a physical form. Otherwise, she would have broken her teeth. Damn it, damn it! She cursed loudly to vent the anger in her heart. It was as if the one who was smashed to death wasn't Srikos, but her son Blackie. Yes, there was also a colorful picture on the page. It was a picture of Lumberjack Habu riding on a dragon's neck. It could be seen that Srikos was also a black dragon. But the more she read, the more she understood the truth behind the blood dragon dance. Dani fell silent instead. That's right, the City of Knowledge was playing dirty tricks behind the scenes to instigate a civil war among the Targaryens. But in the process of the blood dragon dance, the Targaryens themselves were too vicious and stupid. If the gods wish to destroy, they must first make them mad. In order to fight for that iron chair, almost every Targaryen became a kinslayer. Other than the 2 main characters, Rhaenyra and Aegon, there were also a few illegitimate sons of the dragon family who overstepped their authority and claimed the throne. In those years, the King's Landing was the changing of the king's banner on the city wall. The Targaryen's divinity was completely shattered by a group of unfilial sons and grandsons. Why should I be a lord if I can be a king? A bastard named Shulf said when he claimed the throne. Faced with other people's doubts, he said righteously, "This is the right of a conqueror. I have a dragon under my crotch." Yes, in order to increase her own strength, Rhaenyra allowed the Targaryen bastards to go to Dragonstone Island to subdue the Megalosaurus. Shulf was one of them. In the end, the bastards weren't trustworthy at all. A few of them betrayed the eldest princess. The City of Knowledge was responsible for the blood dragon dance that caused the Megalosaurus to wither away. The Targaryens were responsible for half of the blame, and the rest of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms shared the remaining 30%. If all the nobles followed Stark's oath, the blood dragon dance wouldn't have happened at all. That's right. During the blood dragon dance, the Northerners didn't violate their oath to King Viserys. They had always stood on the side of Princess Rhaenyra. Of course, the Northerners were stubborn, but that didn't mean they were stupid. With dozens of dragons fighting, wouldn't they be courting death if they participated? Although they fulfilled their oath, they didn't participate much. They only sent 2,000 cavalrymen to form the Winterwolf army to the south to rescue the king. A bunch of morons. Sooner or later, I'll kick you idiots out of the family tree. Dani was furious. She threw the book back while cursing. After that, she left the dragon bookshelf and decided to look for books that would make people feel happy. Valeglia's secret arts were very good at making people feel happy. Just like in Langhuan Blessed Land, the Shaolin Muscle Bones Strengthening Scripture and Dali's 6 Meridians Godly Sword were empty, the Valeglia Witchcraft Row was also empty. There were only a few notebooks. Dani picked up the thickest book and flipped through it. The author was a scholar named Gurney from the City of Knowledge 1,000 years ago. Gurney sold himself as a slave in Valeglia and worked for the Wizard Council for 50 years. In the end, he learned the long-distance communication witchcraft of Valeglia. Yes, it was the witchcraft that the great wizards used to communicate with the various cities in the world through magic energy balls. Dani found Marvin by accident last time. They were too close to each other. The glass candle came from Valeglia, and the rookie Larissa didn't know how to protect herself. This parchment book was half as thick as a dictionary. It only recorded the magic network spell. It was full of pictures and detailed the entire process of creating a magic energy ball in a wizard tower. Unlike the glass candle, a complete magic network could store information and process multiple sets of data in parallel. For example, when Danny contacted Marvin through the glass candle, it could only be one-to-one. Both of them had lit the candle, and the candle couldn't use other witchcraft. If a magic network was built, even if Marvin was not online, Danny could still send him messages even if they were thousands of miles apart. If Danny and Marvin were chatting through the magic network, and suddenly a third or fourth party came to Danny, she wouldn't have to close the chat window with Marvin. She could multitask and communicate with multiple people at the same time. If Kuei-shi happened to find her, the mark on her right wrist flashed with soul waves. Danny didn't need to find another glass candle. She could directly use the magic network to project her power of the will to Kuei-shi. At the same time, she could also chat with others. The magic network invented by Valeglia was similar to the magic internet. A wizard's power of the will was like a stream of data that could be instantly transmitted to the ends of the earth. However, scholar Gurney had mentioned in the preface that the magic network had two fatal flaws. First, the magic sphere had to be built at the mouth of a volcano, and the magic within the magma was used to maintain its daily operation. Second, only a great wizard with perfect inheritance could create the spell formation at the center of the node. Sigh, why is this book so thick? There are hundreds of thousands of words in it. I can't even remember them all. Danny lamented. Maester Gurney's two fatal flaws were nothing to her. She already had the perfect inheritance, and Dragonstone Island was the Targaryen's land. She could give up the Iron Throne, but she had to take back Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island was built on top of a volcano. If there's no other way, I'll just have to take it by force. She finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. Putting down the tome, Danny continued to flip through the pages. She had guessed correctly. When the City of Knowledge brought back the glass candle from Valeglia, there was also a large amount of information on meditation. In the history of the City of Knowledge, there were more than 100 professors who had studied meditation and left behind precious notes for their descendants. Chapter 255. Yes, there were many scholars who had mastered extraordinary powers. At that time, the Valeglia steel chain in the scholar's necklace lived up to its name. Well, the Valeglia steel chain was custom-made in Valeglia. There were 50 pieces, which added up to 1 kilogram. It was the remuneration for a scholar to serve the Wizard Council for 30 years. The quantity was limited, so after the scholar died, his chain would be reclaimed by the City of Knowledge. In the past 2,000 years, nearly 1,000 scholars had worn the Valeglia steel chain. Excluding those people after the Blood Dragon dance, 95% of the scholars were true magicians. Among them, there were even more than 100 grand magicians. The notes on the bookshelf were left behind by the grand magicians. There was not much research on the specific fire witchcraft. It was mainly an elaboration of the essence of magic. They had long known the relationship between dragons and magic tides. In one of the notes, Danny saw the word real world for the first time. A history professor named Fire Demon Hades had a similar experience as Longlegs Lomas. He had traveled to almost every corner of the world. Fire Demon Hades was the bandit title he got when he fought with witches in Asia. When a witch was about to sacrifice a little slave girl to a shadow demon, Dr. Hades used fire control witchcraft to make the flames of the firewood avoid the child. Instead, the flames rolled back and burned the witch to death. When he walked out of the flames with the little girl in his arms, the surrounding barbarians kneeled on the ground and shouted, "Fire Demon." Since then, the name Fire Demon Hades spread like wildfire. Obviously, Dr. Hades was also very proud of this. He had made a name for himself in Asia and even recorded all of his experiences in his notebook for future generations to worship. Well, I digressed. Although Dr. Hades was famous for his fire magic and was often proud of it, he himself had doubts about whether or not the civilization of mankind needed magic because he had seen too many tragedies caused by extraordinary powers. Valeglia used magic to enslave the world and destroyed countless countries and races. Every year, Asha imported many slaves, and most of them were used by evil sorcerers as sacrifices to demons. After the sorcerers used magic, they would leave behind long-lasting energy radiation, causing terrible damage to ordinary people like a curse. Dr. Hades lived in Valeglia during the Free Fortress period. Naturally, he did not know about the changes in the land of long summer in the future. However, he had been to the Lorne River, the middle reaches of the Lorne River after the war between the Valeglia and the Loinars. It was also the part of the river that was now known as the Sorrowful Territory. The Heartbroken Hill was shrouded in grey fog all year round, and there were many stone people infected with the grayscale disease living there. Hades believed that the grayscale disease originated from the magic radiation near the Sorrowful Lair. Because Valeglia was the most powerful country in the world at that time, although Dr. Hades had seen the side effects of the abuse of magic, he couldn't deny the advanced magic civilization. He simply put forward a concept: if there were no illusory magic and moody gods, what kind of world could human beings create with their own wisdom? The concept of the real world was derived from this. After skimming through Hades' magic notes, Danny found that after Valeglia was destroyed by the Great Cataclysm, the real world began to be mentioned and looked forward to by more and more scholars. Valeglia had reached the peak of the magic civilization, and its destruction represented the failure of the magic civilization. Perhaps under the real world, human beings will have a better future. This was the conclusion of the secret meeting of the doctors in the City of Knowledge 250 years ago, after the cruel Meg rode Balerion and burned down the Starry Church, located in the Old Town, the main church of the Church of the Seven Gods at that time. Of course, from some of the notes, Danny saw more of the scholars' jealousy of the talents of the Valeglia people, and they were unwilling to accept that they could not learn the high-level secret arts of Valeglia. To put it simply, about 5% of the scholars were purely thinking about the future development of Westeros, and more people were despairing of supernatural powers after their fruitless cultivation. In short, the scholars, who were very active, began a century-long plan to restore the original appearance of the world. Well, the Megalosaurus extinction plan was only one part of it. They wanted to create a world without magic and gods. The extinction of the Megalosaurus started the end of the magic era for human beings, but it did not have any effect on the gods. It did, but Danny and the previous scholars did not know about it. Magic was gone, but the gods and priests still existed. The last magic note belonged to a doctor named Candy from 120 years ago. Before he died, he wrote excitedly, "The magic in my body is fading. Ha ha ha, our generation has finally achieved an unprecedented feat and stopped the magic tide completely. I hope that the future generations will continue to work hard and completely end the era of the gods." Well, the scholars of the City of Knowledge are really daring. The Megalosaurus is just an appetizer. Even the gods are their targets. Danny was very curious about how the City of Knowledge intended to deal with the gods, so she prepared to look for books related to the real world. But at this moment, a kacha-kacha sound suddenly came from above. Someone was opening the door. The next moment, she extinguished the flame floating in front of her eyebrows. Her body passed through several bookshelves like a ghost and hid in the innermost corner, hiding her body well. Creak, creak. The person did not carry an oil lamp. After closing the thick iron door, he walked softly on the wooden ladder. In the quiet environment, Danny also heard the subtle sound of fingers rubbing the wall. The guy was like her before, looking for the torch on the wall. Creak. Sparks of light flashed, and Danny heard that the other party was scraping the flint. But after more than a dozen times, the torch was not ignited. What's going on? It was a strange male voice. The whale oil on the cotton cloth at the top of the torch was burned up by me. Of course, it can't be ignited by you. Danny complained in her heart. Maybe he found that the torch was broken. The man continued to grope his way down, and not long after, he started scraping the flint again. Boom, beep, 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 beep. This time, he only scraped twice, and the torch burned fiercely. Under the light of the fire, Danny saw a terrifying face. Pate. The person holding the torch and slowly walking down the wooden ladder was Pate. The pale young man did not look scary, but the meaning of Pate's appearance in the library at this time was shocking. Faceless. Danny's expression was complicated. At this time, she was completely sure that the poor apprentice had ended his miserable life. His face was peeled off, his body was thrown into the honey wine river, his girlfriend was, his identity was replaced, miserable. No wonder this guy has an aura that makes people unwilling to get close to him. Danny watched Pate find a glass oil lamp in the small cabinet under the wooden table. After lighting it, he extinguished the torch and began to walk through the bookshelves. Finally, he came to the bookshelf labeled Dragon. When he found the book 72 Techniques to Hatch a Dragon Egg in the legendary creature Dragon Egg column, the originally expressionless Pate was almost beaming with joy. He did not read it carefully, only the preface. Then, he stuffed the book into his gray robe and flipped to the next book. Finally, in the Dragon Riding column, he found a few ancient scrolls of Valeglia's parchment and tied them to his calf. Then, he walked back to the round table. Looking at his unsatisfied expression, it seemed that he wanted to empty the library. Danny was annoyed. He even had a dragon and a god, why didn't he have a space ring? She also wanted to empty the library. Just when she could not hold back her envy and hatred and was about to run to the first floor to inform the gatekeeper that Pate was a thief, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. After Pate put the torch back, closed the iron door and left, she also ran to the round table, squatted on the floor and lit the glass oil lamp with a warm wick. Then, she rummaged through the small cabinet beside her to find a quill and ink. Then, in the bookshelf labeled Dragon, she found a book called Targaryen Dragon Hatching Chronicles. Pate, oh Pate, I'm afraid you're not satisfied with just stealing once, right? Danny smiled and leaned over the table, adding a paragraph on a blank page of the book. After doing all this, she went back to the second floor and told the old knight that Pate was a faceless one. Then, she went back to the library and continued to look for books related to the true world. As the distance between the main body and the coordinates Baristan was very close, the spiritual body lasted for a full 5 hours before Danny's wizard power was completely exhausted. However, this period of time was enough for her to understand the progress of the City of Knowledge's artificial age of magic plan. How should she put it? She was very disappointed. The scholars of the City of Knowledge were ruthless. When dealing with the simple-minded Targaryen royalty, their methods were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the Megalosaurus had been reduced to ashes without leaving a trace. But when it came to the gods, they were completely resigned to fate and had no plans. In other words, the scholars of the older generation were both knowledgeable and had real supernatural powers. Not to mention that they knew the truth of the world, at least they had a very deep understanding of their goals, magic and the gods. It was because of their understanding of the Megalosaurus and the magic tide that they were able to let the world enter the Age of Magic. But after entering the Age of Magic, the scholars of the older generation were all dead. The new scholars of the next generation did not know magic at all. The Megalosaurus were all dead, so the Age of Magic had entered the Age of Magic. They did not know much about mystical knowledge and even doubted the authenticity of magic. If they did not even understand mystical knowledge, how could they formulate a plan to deal with the existences at the peak of supernatural powers, the gods? The idea of the scholars of the City of Knowledge developing the civilization of ordinary people was good. Looking at this matter from a neutral point of view, Danny even had some admiration for the City of Knowledge. Also, they were not as useless as she had thought before. The City of Knowledge had indeed been established for thousands of years, but in those thousands of years, they had been learning from the advanced Valeglia and developing a magical civilization. It was only in the recent few hundred years that the scholars realized in despair that not everyone was qualified to develop a magical civilization. The requirements for supernatural powers were too high. More importantly, after the cataclysm, Valeglia had killed herself. It seemed that there was no way out for the magical civilization. Therefore, the City of Knowledge began to change its development path and prepared to completely end the Age of Magic. They focused all their efforts on air. It was very awkward. Although the City of Knowledge had been clamoring to create a real world without magic and gods, they did not have a clear idea of the development of the real world. In other words, they were wholeheartedly focused on destroying the magic era, but they did not have any plans for the technological civilization. If there were no gods, no long night, and no deviant ghosts, Danny suspected that the City of Knowledge would continue to be lost for 1 or 2,000 years. Then, they would experience a renaissance and officially propose the concept of technology. Just like the Western world on Earth. Unfortunately, the faith of the Light King had begun to corrupt the Westeros. The long night was coming, and the deviant ghosts had already headed south to the Great Wall. When the Night King descended, even the scholar himself would shout, "7 gods, please make sure it's real." When the 7 gods could not respond, the scholars might even shout, "My Lord Lalo," or "Danny, my king, long live the 7 gods." Sigh, the scholars of this world were both hateful and pitiful. Chapter 256. What does Faceless want? White Knight stirred the milk tea in her cup and asked in confusion. The next morning, Danny, who had rested for half the night, once again appeared in front of the old knight in the lounge directly above the bookseller on the second floor of the steward's pavilion. The morning light scattered through the curtains made her feel a slight burning sensation, as if her skin was being burned by a flame. Kashi's warning was not wrong, the spiritual body should not appear in broad daylight. However, Danny also noticed that the spiritual projection did not immediately collapse. Perhaps her resistance to sunlight was stronger than ordinary people, and she could even slowly adapt to it. She could give it a try. Danny moved closer to the window, enduring the burning pain, and affirmed, "It's simple, they plan to hatch dragons, and Bravos also desires Megalosaurus and wants to find the weakness of Megalosaurus to deal with the 3 dragons of the Mother of Dragons. Then, should we inform the City of Knowledge immediately?" White Knight frowned. "We can, but not now. When we leave the old town, leave an anonymous letter to the gatekeeper. Faceless will not give up the identity of Pater in a short time." Whether it was Faceless or the City of Knowledge, Danny did not have a good impression of them, and she would be very happy to see both sides fighting each other. But now that she told the City of Knowledge that Faceless stole books, the bookseller would be strictly guarded, and she could not go down to peek anymore. "Knight, actually I want to steal books too, do you have any good ideas?" The old knight's face was distorted, and he mumbled, I have no experience, I can't help you." Sigh, the key to Faceless must have been obtained from Dr. Wargrave. "You can go." Before Danny could finish, White Knight interrupted her and complained, "Your Majesty, Dr. Wargrave is in his 90s, and he is even senile, such a poor old man, I can't do it." "You don't need to rob, but stealing is fine, right?" Sigh, knock, knock, knock. The old knight was so wrong that he was about to cry, but a knock on the door saved him. He quickly got up and went over to ask, "Who is it?" "I am Zion, the apprentice who brought breakfast to the 2 guests." The person outside replied. "Oh, please come in." The old knight immediately opened the door and welcomed the grey-robed middle-aged apprentice in. The breakfast was simple and sumptuous. There were 4 garlic sausages with bursting sausages, 6 boiled duck eggs with their shells peeled, a pot of dark brown smoky wine, a small bamboo basket of red strawberries with sparkling water droplets on it, and a brown baguette. After the apprentice finished setting up the table, the old knight stuffed 2 copper coins into his hands. "Thank you. If you need anything, you can ring the bell and let me know." The middle-aged apprentice nodded and thanked him. After the door closed, Danny said with a strange expression, "I saw a strawberry seed in his teeth." "So have I," said the old knight, slurring, as he tied a napkin round himself, and thrusting a sausage with his fork into his mouth. "Have you forgotten Zion, the apprentice who was locked up in the wooden house yesterday afternoon?" "I remember. He stole the doctor's waffles. To tell you the truth, I was going to give him a gold royal." The old knight took a big gulp of wine and swallowed the bacon in his mouth. He burped contentedly and sighed. "But when I saw those strawberry seeds, I lost all my sympathy." "Don't let him hear that," said Danny with a smile. Otherwise, the next time he delivers food, he might put your sausage in his mouth and lick it. Ugh, he really has the guts. The old knight looked at the sausage on his fork, his face twisted. After a while, he sighed, put the fork back on the plate, and began to eat the boiled duck eggs. Danny spent the whole morning in the bookseller. In addition to reading the information about Valeglia's witchcraft lens, she also found some interesting things in that secrets bookshelf. For example, all the scholars knew about the affair between Cersei Lannister and Jaime. Even 5 years ago, when Robert was still alive, it was clearly stated that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were not the king's children. Even Jon Arryn, the best foster father in the world, could discover Joffrey's identity through the genealogy and history of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, which contained many descriptions about the appearances of the lord's wives and their children. How could the City of Knowledge not know? After all, even the genealogy and history of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms was written by the Grand Secretary. Danny even saw a letter from Grand Secretary Pycelle to the Seneschal, which was written around the time of Prime Minister Aeryn's death. Pycelle advised the City of Knowledge to remain neutral. The scholars should not participate in the struggle for power in King's Landing. It did not matter who sat on the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms had finally settled down, and they should not fall back into a state of war over trivial matters. It was clear that the old man not only knew about the affair between Cersei and Jaime, but he also knew about Jon Arryn's death. The Grand Secretary swore loyalty to the king, which is equivalent to the king's retainer. That old man is such a traitor, yet he still talks so righteously. Danny sneered. White Knight once told her that the person who persuaded the Mad King to open the gates to King's Landing was also Grand Secretary Pycelle. In the end, Tywin entered the city and plundered the Seven Kingdoms' capitals, and even killed Rhaegon's entire family. In the latest edition of the file, other than the rotten affair between Cersei and Jaime, it also recorded the process of the bloody wedding and the speculation about the purple wedding. Well, the process of the bloody wedding was roughly reconstructed, and the cause of death of some nobles in the northern region was also described in detail. However, the purple wedding of Joffrey's death was only a guess, and even the City of Knowledge was not sure what exactly happened. However, the scholar was certain that the murderer was not Tyrion. The reason was simple. Joffrey was poisoned with stranglehold, which was a strong poison that almost killed him on the spot. With Tyrion's intelligence, he would not be so stupid. Danny also saw her own information in the file. The records before the Red Wasteland were very thin. It was obvious that the City of Knowledge did not care about her before she hatched the dragon. After that, there were detailed records about her hatching the dragon, and the process of her seizing Astapor. However, she did not know anything about the battle between Yunkai and Meereen. The night was dark, and fog began to spread from the riverside. The light from the window of the steward's pavilion was dim, and the large hall was empty and quiet. Standing by the window, she could even hear the snoring of the gatekeeper, Locus, on the platform. A black shadow, as light as a cat and as swift as a snake, slithered along the wall to the fifth stone arch window on the left of the main door. His body was as soft as silk, and he slid into the hall in the blink of an eye. Then, he pulled up his hood as if nothing had happened, and silently but quickly walked towards a wooden door in the southwest. Crock crock. The sound of the lock being unlocked rang in the dark cellar once again. Unlike last night, the newcomer did not touch the torches on the wall. He walked in the dark like an old horse and came to the round table in the middle of the bookshelf. He took out an oil lamp with a glass cover from the wooden cabinet under the table, lit it skillfully, and came to the front of the bookshelf. He took out a book called Targaryen's Dragon Hatching Chronicles. After reading the preface, he pulled open his robe skillfully and hid the book against his skin. Crash! As he flipped through a maester's notebook, a snowflake-like piece of paper suddenly fell from the gap of a page. He squatted down curiously and picked up a piece of yellowed sheepskin the size of a fingernail. There was only one word that could be seen clearly: forbidden art. Forbidden art? Could it be that the ancient secret art that was destroyed by the maester? He muttered to himself. Under the yellow light of the oil lamp, his hands were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Soon, he collected 85 pieces of paper and returned to the table. Relying on the eyesight that he had trained for decades as a faceless, it only took him a quarter of an hour to piece together an A4-sized page. It was a large piece of paper with hundreds of words written on it: forbidden art, forbidden art, forbidden art, forbidden art. It's really a forbidden art. It's too terrifying. This forbidden art, if he had read the Celestial Empire's junior high school textbooks, he would have cursed the other party for being Xianglin Sa, who kept repeating the words forbidden art and terrifying forbidden art. No wonder he could see the words forbidden art when he randomly picked up a piece of paper. It made his heart itch, but he did not know what the forbidden art was. Fortunately, the last few lines of the boy gave some explanation. 2,000 years ago, the most legendary doctor in the city of knowledge, fire demon, Hades, when he was traveling in Asia, he learned a forbidden art from the god of death. He could cultivate into a demon and reverse life and death, but, damn it, but what? I said a few hundred words of nonsense before, why is there an ellipsis here? Even with his composure, he could not help but curse anxiously. It's really a forbidden art that belongs to the god of death. The faceless people believed in the god of death, but for thousands of years, the faceless people were unable to communicate with the god of death. They were even worse than the blood priests who believed in the black goat. Well, the black goat was the god of death of the Khals, just like the stranger was the god of death of the Undals. The faceless people were both an assassin organization and a religious group with a long history. They believed in the god of death of all races, the black goat of Khals, the stranger of Westeros, the pale holy child of Urso's mercenaries and warriors, the wild lion of barbarians. The faceless people believed in all these gods of death. They believed that all the gods of death were actually thousands of faces of the same god. In the end, all the gods of death ignored the faceless people who believed in this religion. After cursing for a while, he continued reading. The final secret is hidden in a clay pot that everyone can see and ignore. The following is the way to open the magic pot. 1. Kiss the pot 7 times. 2. Touch the surface of the pot 7 times. 3. Place it on a high platform, kowtow 7 times, and chant XXX 7 times. This is draconic, so it should be said this way. If the spirit of the magic pot goes crazy and wants to attack you, you can repeat the third step and chant XXX to restrain its movements. Magic pot. He held the oil lamp and looked around, not even letting go of the smallest corner of the bookshelf. Finally, he stood by the wooden ladder and looked at the gray pot in the corner. His face twisted. Is this the chamber pot? He was unwilling to give up. The second, the third, and the fourth time he searched the bookseller. In the end, he slumped on the chair and looked at the dark ceiling. He muttered, the pot that everyone can see and ignore. Isn't this it? But forbidden art, the god of death's forbidden art, terrifying forbidden art. In the middle of a dilemma, he also became Xianglin Sa. Gradually, he calmed down and said with a determined look, for the organization, for the ancestors of the faceless people, I am willing to give it a try. Although there is a high chance that I will find nothing, there is no loss in trying. After all, there is no one here. So, he followed the instructions of the secret record and picked up the pot. Fortunately, the pot has not been used for a long time, so the smell is not that strong. His solemn expression relaxed a little as he puckered his lips and leaned over. Pop, pop, pop. Chapter 257. Pop. 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 After 7 solid kisses, he wiped away the dust on his lips and the taste that he could not see but could smell. Damn it, it must be some bastard who didn't aim his pee at the opening of the pot, he cursed inwardly. Then, he held the pot and rubbed it 7 more times. When he opened his palm, there was a thick layer of black dirt. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally completed 2/3 of the ceremony. Put it on the high platform. He looked at the table and then looked at the bookshelves nearby. Thinking that the bookshelves were always higher than the table, he climbed up the wooden ladder and placed the pot on the top of the first shelf. Kissing the pottery pot, touching the pottery pot, and chanting the incantation may not be fake, but how would the magic pot know if I knelt down and kowtowed? Thinking of this, he stood up straight and stomped his foot. Bang! At the same time, he read aloud to the phonetic transcription behind dragon language, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Bang! He stamped his foot again and shouted, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Just like a foreigner speaking in half-baked Chinese, he stomped his feet 7 times and shouted 7 times at the same time. However, the magic pot did not react at all. As expected, he was lying to me. He was a little angry and was about to climb up and smash the jar, but when he saw the wet lip marks on it, he was extremely unwilling. Maybe I didn't use the correct method. He returned to the table again and carefully read the words on the secret record. Since it's related to the death god, perhaps the magic pot can sense my mental fluctuations? He stroked his chin and thought. After a while, he gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground, and suddenly kowtowed. Bang! Very solid. Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots. However, after 7 tries, there was still no reaction from the jar. He was ashamed and angry, but he was even more unwilling to give up just like that. I've already paid such a huge price, and I don't want to think about the god of death's forbidden technique anymore. At least I have to find out if the magic pot is real or fake, right? With this thought in mind, he quickly found a reason for his failure. The entire opening ceremony was coherent, and he thought he was smart enough to interrupt the ceremony. So, he climbed up the wooden ladder, took down the jar, and hugged it in his arms. He moved his mouth closer, to find a spot where the smell was not so strong. Pop pop pop, then, with a solemn expression, he rubbed it 7 times, rubbing off a handful of fine dirt. After setting up the magic pot, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 7 times while shouting, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless is an idiot." Then, he raised his head and was shocked to see specks of golden light gathering at the mouth of the flask, slowly converging into a pool of red clouds. The entire library was much brighter. He looked at the red clouds with infatuation. 2 drops of tears slid down his cheeks as he murmured, "Finally, the heavens don't disappoint the faithful. I've succeeded." Succeed in what? Suddenly, a shrill voice came out from the jar. Then, under his dumbfounded gaze, a figure came out from the mouth of the jar like smoke and fog. The red clouds accompanied him, as if he was a spirit from the magic jar. "Magic tool spirit." He blurted out. "So that's how it is. The magic pot has a spirit. No wonder it doesn't allow people to cheat." He suddenly understood. The specks of red clouds gradually disappeared, and he could see the appearance of the spirit on the bookshelf. He was wearing a gray scholar's robe, stepping lightly on the jar as if it was nothing. He was about 1.6 meters tall, with a hunched back and a walking stick in his hand. His snow-white beard hung down to his chest, and his face, it was a bit strange. The spirit's face was pale as if it was covered with a thick layer of powder. Well, the old scholar must have been dead for thousands of years. Of course, the face of a dead person would be pale. Soon, he thought of a reasonable explanation. The scholar's silver hair was messy. He was wearing a pair of reading glasses on the bridge of his nose and a long necklace around his neck. It was almost the longest necklace he had ever seen in his life. Although the scholar was a spirit, his character decoration was almost like a real person. Even the color and texture of the necklace could be seen clearly. Gold, silver, red copper, white gold, black iron. The 7 smoky black links were connected together. That was Valeglia's steel, which represented magic and mystical knowledge. God, 7 links. There was no doubt that this must be a knowledgeable old scholar. The whole process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in a short moment. After all, he was a faceless and had superb observation skills. "Kid, you're an apprentice. How can an apprentice with a silver link be qualified to enter the library? The magic jar sprite suddenly floated in front of him. He was so scared that he almost pulled out the dagger tied to his elbow. My name is Pater, Dr. Wargrave's assistant. The doctor can't move easily, so he asked me to come down and help him get the books. As a top faceless, he could easily lie, and it was flawless and reasonable. With a whoosh, the magic jar sprite floated back to the opening and asked in confusion, Wargrave. I don't know him. Oh right, little Pater, what year is it now? Aegon year 299. The old scholar came and went like the wind. Pater could not help but be amazed by the magical magic of the elves. He was also looking forward to the God of Death's forbidden spell. Aegon? Who is that? Why do you use his name to record the years? I remember that the Seven Kingdoms have always used Valeglia to record the years. The magic jar sprite was curious. Sigh, senior elf, there's something you don't know. Then, Pater used simple words to summarize the major events that happened in the past 400 years. Oh my, Valeglia is dead? The magic jar sprite sighed in disappointment and then said excitedly, since the magic civilization is coming to an end, maybe my true world can really be realized. True world? This time, it was Pater's turn to be confused. It's a purely material world without magic, glass candles, prophecies, dragons, or even gods. This, Pater was shocked. How is this possible? Doctor, you must be crazy. What does a little apprentice like you know? The jar sprite looked at him in disdain and said proudly, how can a normal person understand the grand ideals of the city of knowledge? Pater shook his head and sighed, let's not talk about whether the true world is real or not. Now that there are dragons, magic and gods, Doctor, you have become a magic jar sprite. The city of knowledge cannot live in its own fantasy. Humph, little apprentice, you think this old man, a demigod, will talk big? The magic tide is caused by dragons. Since Valeglia is dead, then we only need to kill Aegon and the other 3 dragons, and the world will enter an era without magic and gods. The magic jar sprite sneered. Slay dragons? So it's the blood dragon dance. Pater's eyes widened in disbelief. No, what did you say? You are a god? Not a true god, just a demigod. The magic jar sprite did not seem to notice the words, blood dragon dance. He raised his chin and asked proudly, right, I am the famous Hades of Asia, young one, have you heard of me? So you are Hades? Pater was shocked, but aren't you the fire demon? How did you become the Hades? I didn't think that even a normal person would know my name. The magic jar sprite laughed proudly. Doctor, I just saw a piece of paper with your name on it. Pater pointed awkwardly at the parchment on the table. What? The magic jar sprite suddenly floated to the table. After reading the contents of the paper, he said thoughtfully, Fire Demon was just my name when I first started out. After mastering the mystery of the cycle of life and death, I called myself the Hades. Kid, from the looks of it, you want my death god forbidden technique? Can I? Pater asked expectantly. The magic urn genie leaped onto the top of the magic urn and said coldly, of course not. Let alone a fake apprentice like you, even if you were a real professor, you wouldn't be able to obtain my secret technique. What? Pater took a step back. His right hand that was covered by his sleeve held a dagger, and said in disbelief, how do you know my identity? I am a demigod who has mastered the mystery of life and death. The magic jar sprite's voice suddenly became high-pitched, sharp and ear-piercing, even the air rippled. In an instant, Pater felt a substantial pressure from the other party, the dragon spirit state. As expected, the other party's identity was not ordinary, perhaps he really was a powerful demigod. Pater's mind turned quickly, and he shouted, I have something to say. Humph, no words can save you. The magic jar sprite's language was still rude, but the frightening aura of the dragon's aura disappeared. Dr. Hades, the 3 dragons of Aegon the Conqueror died long ago, and the City of Knowledge had already carried out the dragon-slaying plan more than 100 years ago. The dragons of the Targaryen family have long withered. Nonsense. The magic jar sprite shouted, and said angrily, "You can activate the magic jar, and I can still manifest my soul in front of you. What does that mean?" "It means that the magic tide is still surging, and that there are still dragons in the world." "Doctor, you are right, there are still dragons in the world." Peter was more and more impressed with the demigod sprite, and he slowly explained, "Dragons have indeed been extinct for a period of time, but 2 years ago, the exiled princess Dani Rise hatched 3 more dragons from stone eggs." Then, he explained the dance of the blood dragons, the war of the usurpers, and the rise of the dragon mother. "In the end," he concluded, "Dr. Faceless, you and the City of Knowledge have the same goal, to kill the mother of dragons and her dragons. There is a possibility for us to cooperate." The magic jar sprite nodded thoughtfully, and his tone softened a little, and he asked, "Boy, what is your name?" "I know the habits of Faceless, don't use a fake name to fool me." "I am Jaqen Heghar," Faceless said with his original hoarse voice. As the saying goes, Yang was Aunt Aria's uncle. Jaqen, isn't he Aria's master lover? Shit, at this time, shouldn't he be training Aria in Bravos? Why is he on a mission in the City of Knowledge? Dani was surprised at first, and then she was secretly happy. Jaqen, good. She felt more accomplished by tricking Jaqen than tricking other nameless Faceless. Jaqen, my son, let your mother take care of you. Jaqen, tell me, why does Faceless want to assassinate that mother of dragons? Sigh, what a silly name. Faceless accepts orders from customers, takes money, and kills without asking for the purpose. Jaqen said lightly. Don't talk nonsense with me. Dani, who was disguised as the magic jar sprite, waved her hand and said in a contemptuous tone, "Do you see the necklace on my neck?" Yes. Jaqen nodded doubtfully. Count how many platinum segments there are. 5? Jaqen's eyes were sharp, and he counted the rings on the magic jar sprite's neck with just a glance. Platinum represents politics. You think I don't understand politics? The magic jar sprite shouted. Chapter 258. Without the acquiescence of the Sea King and the Iron Treasury, would you dare to kill people and make enemies everywhere? Without the protection of the huge navy of Bravos, any millionaire could hire a mercenary team to eradicate the entire Black and White House, Faceless One's headquarters in Bravos. How did you survive until now? Jia Kun was silent. Although Bravos had never promised to protect the Black and White House, and the Faceless One had never explicitly pledged loyalty to the Bravos government, anyone with normal intelligence would know that there must be a deep relationship between the two. As the genie of the magic pot said, the assassination ability of Bravos was indeed strong, but in a head-on battle, 10 Faceless One may not necessarily beat 10 experienced and skilled mercenaries. It was impossible for the Faceless One not to fail once, and it was impossible to clean up every time so that the family of the deceased would not suspect anything. Most of the people who could be assassinated by the Faceless One were not ordinary people. Ordinary targets could be assassinated by ordinary assassins, so why spend a lot of money to hire a Faceless One? And for revenge, 10,000 or 100,000 gold coins were really nothing to the rich and powerful. 10,000 gold coins could at least hire 500 desperados, so how could they not kill the Black and White House? The Black and White House was in Bravos, open for business, but no one had ever come to their door. Dani continued, with the Faceless One's business model, the cost is frighteningly low, but the income is frighteningly high. Why do you need so much gold? Where is the gold now? How could the Iron Treasury become the world's first bank in just a few hundred years? It was said that the gold of the other banks in the 9 free trade city-states added together was not as much as the Iron Treasury. Killing people and arson was a golden belt. A horse would not get fat without eating at night. Just relying on maritime trade and usury, how could they make so much money? Bravos was located in the northwest corner of the continent of Ursos. Its geographical location was not very good, at least 10 streets away from Volantis. In terms of maritime trade, Bravos's size was not even a third of Volantis's. Moreover, didn't the Volantis merchants know how to lend? Oh, the first people who thought of using finance to control other city-state governments were the Bravos bankers. The rise of the Mother of Dragons threatens the stability and peace of the world today. Many people and forces want her dead, so we don't have to refuse this business. Jia Kun slowly said. Well, at least he's honest. Danny nodded, confirming her previous thoughts. What is the current political situation in the world? As the head of the 9 free trade city-states, Bravos influenced the political situation of other countries through the Iron Treasury. It was the big brother of the Western world, west of queers. Just like how the Americans did not allow a certain country to rise, there was only one position for a leader. The current leader would definitely not want to give up his position. To put it bluntly, Bravos, which had always been against slavery, was also inseparable from the slave trade. Of course, they did not directly engage in the slave trade, but the Great Voyage trade was supported by slaves, and most of the profits from the Great Voyage trade were eaten by the Bravosi. If there was business, there would be harm and sin. The essence of the City of Knowledge is to spread wisdom. As you can see, other than Westeros, people from the Summer Islands and people from the free cities can join the City of Knowledge to study. Therefore, it's not a big problem for you to sneak into the library. Stealing books can't be considered stealing. Sigh, can a scholar's matter be considered stealing? Jia Kun's mind was filled with fuck, but he nodded in agreement. Doctor, you're absolutely right. There's only one point. The reason why I chose to seal myself, other than not wanting to follow the old path of the evil demigod in the easternmost land accepting sacrifices and sucking the essence and souls of the living, is to protect the forbidden technique from being known by others. The forbidden technique is strong, but it's also very harmful. If you use it carelessly, it won't do any good to yourself, others, or even the world. The genie of the magic jar held the cane with one hand and stroked his long beard with the other, looking like an otherworldly expert who had seen the vicissitudes of life. Under Jia Kun's expectant gaze, he sighed and said, "Young man, go ahead. The forbidden technique of the god of death will not be taught to outsiders." Damn it, after so much foreshadowing, he finally said that it would not be taught to outsiders. Is he playing with me, or is he playing with me? Jia Kun was so angry that he almost fainted. He said in a muffled voice, "Dr. Hades, if there's any taboo about the forbidden technique, please tell me. I'll abide by it." "No, I can't teach you. Jia Kun, you should go." Danny just shook her head. Suddenly, Jia Kun's eyes flashed, and he remembered the spell recorded on the remnant pages of the secret record. He pointed to the genie of the magic jar and shouted, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Danny was stunned. At first, she didn't react, but when Jia Kun repeated it for the second time, she suddenly remembered the spell she wrote. She immediately howled and rolled down the bookshelf with her head in her hands. Jia Kun, you bastard, don't read it!" she screamed with a distorted face. "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots. Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots. Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Seeing that it really worked, Jia Kun read more cheerfully. Danny also cooperated with him, laughing wildly in her heart, but her body kept rolling on the ground. Her head, legs, and torso were like a phantom shuttling back and forth between the bookshelves, which made Jia Kun frightened. What a powerful demigod! Then his chanting became louder and faster, and his Chinese became more and more fluent. Danny thought that it was not a good idea to keep rolling around like this, so she suddenly jumped up and hit her head on the jar on the bookshelf and shouted, "I would rather die than submit." Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jia Kun had no time to react. The pot fell from the wooden frame and hit the sliding wooden ladder below with a crisp sound. Only then was he able to rush forward and catch it. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Danny lay on the bookshelf, holding her head and wailing, "Jia Kun, you win, I will teach you the forbidden art." Originally, when he saw the jar with a hole in his arms, Jia Kun's heart was like dead ashes, and he thought that it was over. Now that he saw that the genie of the magic jar only cried out in pain and even surrendered, his chest was instantly filled with ecstasy. "Ah, doctor, you see this." He held the jar like a baby, and didn't want to let it leave his side. "Kid, you are ruthless. Promise me one thing, and I will teach you the forbidden art." "Dr. Hades, please say it." Jia Kun said happily. "You are not allowed to practice or use the forbidden art in Westeros. I am not afraid to tell you that practicing the forbidden art is easy to cause problems. If it is light, you will attract the attention of the Grim Reaper, and if it is heavy, he will follow you all the time, or even possess you. He is the Grim Reaper, and if you are noticed by him, you will bring misfortune to your family and friends." The genie of the magic jar's teachings made Jia Kun happier. Being noticed by the Grim Reaper? Isn't that what we faceless want? As for misfortune, faceless have no family or friends, and will only bring misfortune to our enemies. I swear, I will never practice the forbidden art in Westeros. He immediately said. Okay, I will teach you. The genie of the magic jar panted, and quickly explained the yin-yang spiritual theory. In addition to teaching Bo Cheng, she also made a set of forbidden art theory summaries, based on the cultivation experience she read on the internet or some novel, in her previous life. "Doctor, please speak slowly, I don't really understand." Jia Kun said awkwardly. "Sigh, stupid. To put it simply, my magic power is almost depleted." The genie suddenly shouted in panic. "What? The jar is broken, and the essence is leaking out. I don't have much time left, and will fall into a deep sleep soon. If you have any urgent questions, hurry up." "How long will it be?" Jia Kun quickly asked. "I am not sure, it depends on when my magic power is replenished. Or else, there are so many doctors here, and you just happen to take advantage of it. For hundreds of years, there must have been others who tried to open the magic jar, but it is too dark here, and there is no moonlight, so the magic power replenishment is slow." The genie of the magic jar shook her head. "Moonlight? Is it related to magic power replenishment? Place the jar under the moonlight and chant a spell to worship it. The speed of recovery is determined by the number of worshippers and the degree of devotion. It is similar to the worship activities of those evil cults." Jia Kun was puzzled. "Of course, evil cults worship demigods. I am also a demigod, and the magic power I need is essentially the power of faith. You need a blood sacrifice too?" "No, please don't, a blood sacrifice will aggravate my demonic nature, I would rather die than become a demon." The genie of the magic jar said firmly. "How long will it take for you to come out again?" "Maybe half a month, maybe half a year, since there is a hole in the jar." Seeing that the genie of the magic jar was on the verge of death, Jia Kun quickly asked, "What kind of meditation technique are you practicing? Teach it to me first." "The divine version of the great wizard Valeglia's inheritance. Listen carefully, these are the 108 basic runes." After saying that, the genie of the magic jar suddenly exploded into a ball of golden red light, and disappeared in front of Jia Kun's eyes. She hid behind the bookshelf, and used fire manipulation to gather a ball of scattered fire elements on top of the bookshelf. She did the same for the special effect before, which was the gathering of fire elements. The great wizard's inheritance. Divine version. 108 basic runes. Jia Kun murmured in shock. Without any hesitation, he immediately looked down to find the broken piece of pottery. After finding it, he didn't bother to flip through the books anymore, and carefully wrapped the jar in his clothes, and quickly left the library. After leaving the general manager's pavilion, Pater immediately carried the jar in his hand. As he thought, the scholars and apprentices he met on the way didn't even look at him, until, "Hey, Pater. Why are you carrying the jar?" Just as he left the City of Knowledge's gate, the female knight Layla saw him. "Oh, the jar is broken, I'm going to the porcelain shop to find a master to fix it," Pater said honestly. He really wanted to fix this precious, magic jar, tonight, so that the magic power that the genie painstakingly accumulated would not leak through the hole. Isn't it just a broken jar? Layla looked down curiously as she ate a skewer. Oh, this is a chamber pot, right? Layla took a step back and covered her nose as she yelled. It's not a chamber pot, it's a pickle jar. It might not suit your taste, but I quite like it, Pater said calmly. This smell. Forget it, as long as you like it. Layla pulled up Pater's empty left hand and stuffed a skewer of barbecued meat into his hand. It's just. I can't eat any more after this smell, you can have it. Although Pater's hand hurt from being poked by the skewer, he still thanked her with a smile. The two chatted for a while before parting at the river. Chapter 259. After leaving a soul coordinate in Ja Kuen's palm, Dani silently returned to the wine bottle bedroom. She lit the glass candle and entered the library again to flip through the collection of books in the City of Knowledge. Other than A Magic Net and Witchcraft Lens User's Manual, Friar Bath's Dragons, Dragon Worms and Pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the Dragon Clan shocked Dani the most. Unnatural history was not the first time Dani had heard of it. A long time ago, when Dani and the Centaur Maid were discussing the origin of dragons, Baristan had mentioned this book to her and strongly suggested that she look for it. Well, the book that the White Knight saw in Illyrio's private library was not complete. A few books were missing. The author of Unnatural History was not a scholar, but a friar. The Hand of the King, Friar Bath of the King of Rinrue. The King of Rinrue, Jaehaerys, was almost equivalent to the Emperor Kangxi of the Targaryen dynasty. He was the grandson of Aegon the Conqueror. Not only was he the smartest and wisest of all the kings, he had also been on the throne for the longest time, a full 55 years. Of course, compared to Bath, who had been prime minister for 40 years, the life of the King of Rinrue, Jaehaerys, was not too legendary. Bath was the son of a blacksmith. When he was young, his family was poor and his father sent him to the church to be a friar. It was very likely that he owed the church money and used his son to pay for it. Just like how Wei Xiaobao met Kangxi, the young Friar Bath worked in the king's library and met the young King of Rinrue who loved to read. The two of them hit it off at first sight and fell in love with each other when they met again. Ahem, in short, they became good friends. Prime Minister Bath's talent in learning and magic was like Wei Xiaobao's talent in flattery and taking advantage of the situation. It was unknown if it was because of the royal library or if Bath had other sources of information, but he had written a book that recorded the knowledge of dragons in detail: dragons, dragon worms, and pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. The reason why this book shocked Dani was because it described the origin of the dragons of Valeglia from the two aspects of natural evolution and the transformation of species through blood magic. Basil believed that Valeglia's dragons were different from the megalosaurus that appeared in other regions and other historical periods. Valeglia's dragons were biological weapons that were purposefully modified through blood witchcraft. Unnatural history put forward two viewpoints. First, the pterosaurs in the forests and swamps of Soros, the dragon worms in the 14 fire peaks, and the megalosaurus all had the same ancestor. Megalosaurus was the most perfect evolution. The pterosaurs had the body of Megalosaurus, but they did not have the ability to control magic like Megalosaurus. They could not breathe fire. On the other hand, the dragon worm had magic power, but it did not have the body of the Megalosaurus. It could not fly. Secondly, the Megalosaurus of Valeglia was created by the blood shaman using a pterosaur. Using blood magic to help the pterosaur evolve into a Megalosaurus, Valeglia was born with the ability to control dragons. Well, I have to explain the dragon worm and the pterosaur here. There were 3 continents in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. The Westeros in the far west, equivalent to the British Isles, the Ursos continent, Eurasia, and the Soros continent in the southern hemisphere, Africa and South America were connected. Soros was almost undeveloped. People from civilized countries did not dare to explore it at all. The environment was too bad. It was almost a paradise for diseases. For example, Aizen, who was known as the twin stars of Yuan-Kai with Grazadin, was originally handsome and heroic. However, after walking around Soros on the other side of the Summer Sea, he was infected with a disease and his lower body was paralyzed. In that barren continent, pterosaurs were not rare. Dragon worm. Danny did not recognize the dragon worm at first. Until she saw the description and pictures of the dragon worm in Unnatural History, she was shocked to find that it was the fire earthworm that she met in Oris. After Balerion descended on Jenny, he vomited countless dragon worm larvae in the mucus that he spat out. Even his body seemed to be made of dragon worms. According to the description in Unnatural History, there were dragon worms in the 14 Fire Peaks. Their larvae were about the size of a child's arm. An adult dragon worm was almost the size of a wingless megalosaurus. A fire-breathing earthworm that could swallow a mammoth in one gulp. Would you be afraid? Unnatural History did not just give a simple guess. Friar Bath also used his identity as a magic researcher to make a detailed and in-depth analysis of the witchcraft of the blood shamans in Valeglia. It was a very intelligent book. However, it met with St. Bailey, who listed it as a forbidden book and ordered all copies of Unnatural History in the country to be burned. Suddenly, Danny's expression froze. She put down the book and suddenly appeared in the lounge on the second floor. Professor Baristan said softly. They had an agreement. If Danny was reading in the library and someone unexpectedly came to visit, Baristan would quickly walk around the room. The spiritual projection came from White Knight. When his position changed, her spiritual body would feel it. Of course, if Danny did not even project her spiritual body, Baristan would not be able to remind her. At that time, he would directly tell the visitor that Lady Layla had gone out. Professor, it's so late. What's the matter? Danny and White Knight came to the door together. I want to tell the two of you that the City of Knowledge has formulated a strategy to reduce the trade deficit. The red-nosed old man walked to the table, opened a folder, and pushed it in front of Danny. He explained, as a world-class country, we can't lose our integrity. We can't go back on our words, and we can't be blatant pirates. What world-class country? Except for the Westeros themselves, who didn't think that you were a barbaric country and barbarian people. Danny carefully flipped through the old man's strategy. There were 3 guidelines. First, convene a meeting to persuade the king and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to be diligent and thrifty. Second, discuss the industrial chain plan that she had previously mentioned in the meeting to create their own competitive products. Third, conquer the Stone Steps Archipelago and impose tariffs on passing merchant ships. Between the Westeros and the Ursos continent, there was a narrow sea 500 kilometers wide and 2,500 kilometers long, and the Stone Steps Archipelago was at the entrance of the narrow sea. Legend has it that the Stone Steps Archipelago was part of the Dorne Arm, connecting the Westeros and the Ursos continent. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros from the Continental Bridge, the Green Prophet cast a forbidden spell and shattered the Dorne Arm, forming the Stone Steps Archipelago, an island chain. In short, the Narrow Sea was an extended version of the English Channel, and the Stone Steps Archipelago was the entrance to the channel. Think about the impact of controlling the English Channel on the European continent. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The old knight shook his head and sighed. Everyone knows that controlling the Stone Steps Archipelago is equivalent to controlling the sea trade of the entire Narrow Sea. 200 years ago, the 3 cities of Rhys, Tyrosh, and Myr formed the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, Valeglia's 3 daughters, intending to control the Stone Steps Archipelago. But as you can see, after a few decades of struggle, the alliance of the 3 cities was declared dissolved. Using the power of the 7 kingdoms to conquer the Stone Steps Archipelago is better than the fleets of the 7 kingdoms going there to be pirates. The red-nosed old doctor said. Not necessarily. Danny shook her head. As pirates, they can advance and retreat freely, and their policies are flexible. They won't offend the public, and they won't have to bear the responsibility of guarding the land. Dr. Perez-Tan smiled bitterly. You have to think about the nobles. The reputation of pirates is too bad. If they are captured by the enemy, they might be hanged immediately, losing their honor and their lives. If the Stone Steps archipelago is conquered in the name of the Seven Kingdoms, the nobles will not only be treated as high-ranking prisoners of war, but they will also be redeemed with money. And if they lose in battle for the country, it won't be embarrassing, and their reputation won't be damaged. Danny was stunned. It's already so late. Do you want to eat something? The old doctor stood up, opened the door, and rang the bell to call the apprentice to deliver food to them. The old doctor was very decisive and didn't give them a chance to refuse. After he finished ordering, Danny mumbled, "Actually, I'm not hungry. I'll get fat if I eat too much at night. Drink some soup to warm your stomach." The old doctor chuckled. Then, he began to ask about the development of the industrial chain. "We've tried to breed mulberry silkworms in the Westeros, but the weather in the Seven Kingdoms is too extreme. It's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. What do you think, Miss Layla?" Danny rolled her eyes and said, "You can find the children of the forest. They know magic, and they might be able to breed native mulberry trees and silkworm babies." "Hee hee, Miss Layla, you really know how to joke. The children of the forest are just fictional characters in legends. They might not even exist in history. Even if they did exist, they would have gone extinct thousands of years ago." The red-nosed old doctor shook his head with a smile. "Even deviant ghosts have appeared. Why aren't the children of the forest real?" Danny smiled coldly. "Deviant ghosts? Who told you that? That's ridiculous." The commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers and Scholar Yamont wrote a letter to explain this. "Are they all lying?" "Doctor, Miss Layla, your supper is here." The apprentice's voice came from outside the door. White Knight quickly got up and opened the door. Wine, butter beets, freshly baked white bread, grilled barracuda and pork ribs, cold egg lime soup, and barley brisket soup. To be honest, the old knight was already drooling at the sight of such a sumptuous meal. But when he saw the middle-aged apprentice Zion, who was chuckling as he set the table, and the tiny bits of cumin by his lips, sigh, "I'm old. I can't eat too much at night," Barristan said. He was drooling, but he didn't want to eat other people's saliva. "Have some soup. Miss Layla, have some too." The old doctor picked up a spoon and a small porcelain bowl and served the two of them. Danny didn't touch the porcelain bowl. Instead, she continued the previous topic and asked seriously, "If the information about deviant ghosts is fake, it'll just be a false alarm. But if it's true and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms didn't respond to the Night Watcher's request for help, it'll be fatal. Deviant ghosts? They're just a bunch of barbarians. The Night Watchers exaggerated on purpose to get the nobles' praise and support. But the political situation is unstable now. Who has the spare energy to help them? At most, a group of barbarians will climb over the Great Wall and cause a small disturbance in the north." Dr. Perestan didn't seem to care. Instead, he pushed the bowl to Danny and said enthusiastically, "Have a taste. It's not bad." Just when White Knight couldn't resist his master's enthusiasm and scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth, Danny's expression suddenly froze. She stopped him and looked straight at the old doctor. She sneered and said, "Doctor, why don't you get a bowl for yourself?" Perestan was stunned. He said with a smile, "I just ate." "It seems like you've already guessed my true identity," Danny sighed and said with a complicated expression, "Doctor, do you know what you're doing?" "What identity?" The apprentice who placed the plates noticed that the atmosphere was not right and asked in confusion. "Oh no." When Danny stopped him, the old knight picked up the iron helmet on the table and put it on himself. When he saw Zion, who was at a loss, he immediately said, "Doctor, quickly give me the antidote." Ugh! The middle-aged apprentice suddenly grabbed his throat. His face was red and he said with a voice as soft as a feather, "Cough cough cough, can't, cough 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 cough, bang." The tray slipped from his hand. Zion staggered and supported himself on the table. Under the sympathetic, anxious, and vexed gazes of the three people, his face became redder and redder. He fell to the ground and scratched his throat crazily. If he was given a dagger, Zion would slash his throat without hesitation just to take a breath of fresh air. He. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he scratched his throat until it was bleeding, he could only make frighteningly thin and terrified hisses deep in his throat. It was like a person trying to drink the entire Yangtze River with a straw. However, only half a minute later, the last hisses disappeared. There was only a terrifying silence left in the room. Chapter 260. Strangle him. White Knight pressed her sword with her right hand and stared coldly at the old professor, who had a pale expression. Do you know what you are doing? We were invited by the City of Knowledge to come here, stay under your roof, eat your salt and bread, and now we are your guests. What is the difference between the City of Knowledge's actions and Wade phrase? For the peace of the 7 nations, for the welfare of millions of people, to reduce disputes and wars, although this method is not honorable, it is the simplest and most effective. Professor Perez-Tan smiled bitterly. You idiot! The etiquette that has been passed down for thousands and thousands of years is the spiritual framework of the Westeros. The City of Knowledge should protect those beautiful traditions and values with all its might, not take the initiative to destroy the souls of the 7 nations. Barristan's eyes were spitting fire as he clenched his teeth. Dany shook her head and sighed. Not everyone can represent the 7 nations and all the people. Think about it, Professor, are you willing to be represented by Rat Chef and Wade Fry? Maybe Rat Chef also shouted, representing the justice of the 7 nations when he cooked the King of Undulls, or maybe Wade Fry shouted, to reduce disputes and wars between the 7 nations when he slaughtered the guests from the Northern Territory during the wedding banquet, just like you are now. Because of you, Slave Bay and the Free City have been plagued by wars for years, and the people of the world are crying and wailing under the dragon flame. In the foreseeable future, the 7 nations will definitely repeat the same mistake as Slave Bay. I am guilty, the City of Knowledge is guilty, I admit it, but we have reduced deaths and wars, we are not wrong. Pereston's face was pale, but his gaze was firm. Is the 7 nations very peaceful now? Music is broken, etiquette is broken, morality is lost, wars are endless, and the people have no way to make a living. Barristan glanced at Dany and said bitterly, do you know why Her Majesty the Queen traveled thousands of miles from Slave Bay to the Westeros? To investigate the enemy's situation. The nobles of the 7 nations did not care about the fact that winter is coming and continued to play the game of power. Only Her Majesty the Queen cared about the safety of the people and was unwilling to start the Restoration War in winter. When she found out that the 7 nations did not prepare for summer grain storage, she did not care about the dangerous situation of Slave Bay being surrounded by enemies and brought the 2 dragons to the Westeros to investigate the people's situation. You've seen it for yourself. She won the tournament with her strength, and even the professors of the City of Knowledge were impressed by her intelligence. She's concerned about the lives of the people, worried that they won't have enough to eat in the winter, worried about the terrible trade deficit that Robert created and the extravagant lifestyle of the nobles. How could such a benevolent and wise king not be worthy of the Iron Throne? Is Lannister, who killed his husband, committed adultery with his brother, and usurped the Iron Throne, worthy of your love and respect? Dany rubbed her nose awkwardly. Her strengths were so obvious that even Barristan, who had never been a sycophant or a sycophant, had described them in plain language. Didn't he see that the old doctor, who was unyielding and looked like a revolutionary martyr, also changed his expression and looked ashamed? Plop, the old doctor was so ashamed that he prostrated himself on the ground. Be careful, there's something strange in the next room. The old knight listened carefully, and his expression changed. They've also set up an ambush with axemen on both sides, bam 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 bam. The sound of bowstrings was like thunder, and the sound was deafening even though they were separated by a brick wall. It was accompanied by the dense sound of bowstrings. TSK 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 TSK. Dozens of holes were instantly pierced through the wall, and the chairs and plates in the room were in a mess. Occasionally, there was the sound of metal clashing. Dragon-slaying crossbow. The candle fell to the ground and went out. But in the dim moonlight that shone through the window, Danny could see that the narrow room was filled with crossbow bolts that were as thick as a thumb and as tall as a man. The bolts were made of fine iron. Unlike the siege crossbows, although the crossbow bolts here were also made of solid metal, they were not cylindrical. They looked like elongated and twisted willow leaves. "The thief is not dead yet." Danny's scream reminded Perestan, who was hugging his head and lying on the ground. Then, the sound of arrows being loaded and bowstrings being pulled could be heard from both sides of the wall. "Ah, I'm going to die," Danny dragged out her voice and let out a shrill cry. Then, she dispelled her mental projection. SSSS. At the same time, the roar of the megalosaurus could be heard from above the city of knowledge. Yes, when the red-nosed old professor was scooping soup for Danny, she sensed a slight danger and immediately entered the dragon spirit state. Blackie's soul clearly sensed the danger, and she began to summon the megalosaurus. When she talked to the old professor earlier, other than feeling indignant, she also wanted to stall for time. Although her main body had been hiding in the inn, Perestan could not give up. "Ah, your majesty, you can't die." The old knight also let out a dry cry. He swung his sword and destroyed the arrows and chairs blocking his way. He bent down and picked up the old professor from the ground. Without waiting for him to struggle and shout, he hit the back of his head with his sword and knocked the old man unconscious. He then picked up the fur cushion on the soft couch and wrapped it around the old man. He carried the old man on his shoulder and rushed to the door. The old knight was observant and alert. He had already noticed the noise and the light of the torches outside the window. Jumping off the building was equivalent to walking into a trap. Boom! When he reached the door, the old knight suddenly turned sideways and dodged a crossbow arrow that was as thick as a child's arm. He heard the sound of the crossbow being dragged outside the door. Bam bam bam. After a few slashes, the old knight did not care. He lowered his head and rushed forward. There was a crossbow the size of a treadmill outside the door. Two gray-robed scholars were turning the winch. One scholar was lying on top of it and loading the crossbow. There were 12 leather-armored soldiers around with crossbows. When they saw the old knight rushing out, the 3 scholars were scared and retreated. They shouted, "The thief is escaping. Shoot! You're asking for it." The old knight roared and cut off half the head of the scholar closest to him. He then turned around and swung his sword and cut 2 crossbowmen into 4 pieces. Thump, 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 thump. The crossbowmen did not miss a single shot. Almost all of them hit the old knight. There were also 1 or 2 arrows that hit the queen on his shoulder. But what was shocking was that the arrows that hit the old knight only produced sparks and then bounced off. "Ah, damn it! The armor-piercing arrows that Londo sold us are fake." The general in blue armor threw away his crossbow and pulled out his sword while cursing. He shouted to his subordinates, "Use your sword and kill him." Facing the 9 soldiers and the Iron Knight, the old knight did not dodge at all. He exchanged injuries for injuries. Bam 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 bam, ah 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 ah. In the blink of an eye, the old knight was hit 8 times. A series of sparks appeared on his body. The huge force only made him sway, but he also used a spinning slash. Crash! 4 swordsmen were slashed, and 3 soldiers had their stomachs ruptured. They blankly held onto their intestines and fell to the ground. The general was wearing plate armor, and only a shallow scratch appeared on his lower abdomen. Damn Londo! Even the iron sword is fake. A soldier lay on the ground and muttered his last words. Ah ah ah. The general who escaped with his iron armor pointed at the old knight with a pale face. Valeglia steel. He's wearing Valeglia steel armor. His sword is so sharp. It's also Valeglia steel. The scholar who was hiding far away reminded him. The old knight ignored them. After breaking out of the encirclement, he immediately ran to the stairwell. The whole process seemed long, but in fact, it only took 2 rounds. The old knight slashed 3 times, and it took no more than 3 seconds. But just as he was about to rush to the 3rd floor, a figure appeared beside him. It was Danny. She stopped him and said, "Don't go up. There's an ambush on the roof." The scholar knows about the spiritual connection between the megalosaurus and the dragon rider. There are 40 to 50 crossbows and at least 200 crossbowmen. Which place has the least number of soldiers? I'll jump through the window. The old knight panted. No need. Wait here. I'll help you clean up the soldiers. Danny smiled mysteriously and disappeared again. The old knight was puzzled. The next moment, there was a scream outside the building. The sun. 7 gods above, a sun has risen in the sky. Ah, what's going on? Is it really the sun? But it's already 10 at night. The old knight found the window in the stairwell and peeked out. But before he could see anything, the armored swordsman from before chased after him with 6 soldiers. Do you know who I am? I'm Baristan Marcella. Get lost. The old knight roared in annoyance. What, Sir Baristan? You're not spies sent by Taimin Bey. The 7 of them were stunned. The general put down his crossbow and carefully walked forward. Are you really Sir Baristan the Fearless? I'm Dax Norton, a knight under Count Hathar. I've met Sir Baristan a few times. Do you know me? No. Then, why don't you lift your visor and let me see? Knight Norton suggested. All right. The old knight took a few steps forward. Then, chi ding almost at the same time, the old knight thrust his sword towards the gap in the knight's throat. Norton also raised his hand and shot towards the old knight's eyes. Unfortunately, the old knight was already prepared and dodged the attack by ducking his head. You! Knight Norton clutched at his bleeding throat and staggered backwards. He shook his head and said, No, you. You're not. You're not Sir Baristan. He wouldn't be as shameless as you. Ha, you're right. I'm not him. White Knight let out a long sigh and swung his sword, slicing Norton's throat and neck into 2 pieces. Norton's head flew 7 to 8 meters away and landed right in front of the other 6 soldiers who were still hesitating. Blood spurted out and Norton's headless corpse fell to the ground. The old knight roared again, Get lost! Clang, a swordsman dropped his crossbow and ran away. He was still shouting, Lord Norton was killed by Sir Baristan. I'm not. Sigh. The old knight reached out his left hand in a daze as if he wanted to grab hold of something that had passed away. In the end, he could only sigh and shake his head. At this moment, the soldiers surrounding the steward's pavilion became louder and louder. The sun is setting. The old man didn't care about the archers downstairs. He hurriedly stuck his head out of the window and looked at the sky. With just one glance, his eyes widened. A dark red fireball the size of a small house was falling from the sky. Although it was just a fireball, it felt heavy as if a huge star was falling from the sky. Chapter 261. I'm so strong. To be honest, Danny herself did not expect her cooperation with Dahe to be so coordinated. The City of Knowledge was very familiar with the habits, abilities, and weaknesses of the Megalosaurus. There were hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows and hundreds of crossbowmen lying in ambush below. If Danny died tragically on the spot, her dragon would definitely sense it and chase after her to find her body and take revenge on the enemy. Similar incidents had happened many times in the history of the Targaryen family. In this way, the City of Knowledge could easily turn the dragon into a hornet's nest. Therefore, Danny did not even think of riding the dragon to dive and bomb. The old town was not her territory, so she could not make incendiary bombs in a short time. Therefore, she was ready to try the big fireball spell. The range of the Megalosaurus's dragon flame was about the same as the length of its body. Even Dahe could only spit out 2 to 4 meters of dragon flame. Any further and it would not be lethal. But the fireball spell was different. When Danny used the fire control spell to turn the dragon flame into a ball, the fireball could be stable for a long time. Last time in the Dorne Desert, she controlled Whitey's dragon flame to burn for 3 hours until it ran out of magic power. Dany had already guessed that she could merge with Dahé's soul. Their cooperation must be stronger than Whitey's. But she did not expect that the 9-colored vortex in their sea of consciousness would spin at the same time at the same frequency. Under the dragon's spirit state, their wizard power gradually connected and merged. Then, Dahé transformed into a tailed beast. Wisps of visible fire elements condensed in his mouth. The exaggerated scene, similar to a Bijadama, almost scared Dany out of witchcraft control. The fireball expanded rapidly from the size of an egg. It lasted for about 40 seconds, the time that Dahé continuously spat out dragon flame, 20 seconds before Dany helped him to condense the meditation runes. A dark red fireball the size of a baby's bathtub formed in his mouth. That kind of heat and heaviness made Dany tremble with fear. The fire control spell had 10 times more control over the dragon flame fireball than ordinary flames. Ordinary fireballs would disperse when they were 1 or 2 meters away from Dany, but the dragon flame fireball could fly freely within 100 meters of her body. Even so, the fireball in front of her was too big. The bigger the fireball, the harder it was to control. She could barely move it. In desperation, Dany could only resign herself to fate. She let Dahé dive vertically and spit out the fireball when it was 500 meters away from the ground. When Dahé drew an arc in the sky and circled back to the general manager's pavilion, Dany was shocked and relieved to see that the fireball that had been freed from its bindings was rapidly expanding in the air. Its color had also changed from dark red to brighter and brighter, like a falling sun. The dim indigo sky was dyed red. When the fireball approached the roof of the steward's pavilion, it had already expanded to the size of a small house, an irregular sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Boom, 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 debris flew everywhere, and a large part of the roof slowly caved in. The roar of the burning flames was muffled, drowning out the terrified screams of the ambushing soldiers. After the fireball encountered an obstacle, it became even more unstable. When it could not even maintain the most basic form of a sphere. Boom! The general manager's pavilion was 40 meters wide and 100 meters long. It was the largest building in the City of Knowledge, but at this moment, half of the roof had been blown away. Dany even saw a ring of air that was rapidly spreading out, mixed with a large number of tiles, wooden beams, twisted corpses, and dragon-slaying crossbows. Oh my God! I'm so invincible! Dany was so excited that she was dumbfounded. Although it did not have as high a penetrative ability as the Tomahawk missile, just by looking at the surface, the explosion range was not much worse than an explosive pack. When Barristan knocked away a piece of debris and broken wood and climbed to the top floor with difficulty, Dany had already changed to the white dragon in the sky and was roaring to clear the miscellaneous soldiers. Yes, she was still throwing fireballs on the ground. The small fireballs that were spat out by Little White were not as powerful as grenades, but they were enough to scare the frightened soldiers into throwing away their helmets and armor, shouting, "Seven gods bless," and, "Mother, save me," as they fled frantically. Half an hour later, on the central island at the estuary of the Honey Wine River, a group of high-ranking officials of the old town gathered together on the towering tower. Damn it, what the hell happened? It seems that half of the City of Knowledge is burning. Barry Hightan leaned against the window, staring in the direction of the City of Knowledge with an anxious face. The long-bearded old man on the seat of honor opened his closed eyes and looked straight at the calm young man beside him. Earl Garland, have you thought of a plan to deal with the aftermath? Didn't we discuss it before? Kimin's spies sneaked into the City of Knowledge to cause destruction, Garland said doubtfully. No, it's not an excuse to deal with the people of the old town. Earl Layton, whose bald head was full of age spots, shook his head and sighed. I'm asking how to deal with the fury of the Mother of Dragons. Grandpa, you think she's not dead? Garland's pupils contracted, and he said with a trembling voice, that's impossible, right? She was not prepared at all. She should have been poisoned to death long ago. Isn't the City of Knowledge on fire? Isn't it the Megalosaurus venting its anger? It failed. The old man smiled bitterly. How do you know? Garland's eyes flickered. The old man explained bitterly, the magic tide did not fluctuate at all. Magic tide? Is it reliable? Garland suspected that the old man had gone mad. Report. As he spoke, the guard hurried into the hall with a doctor wearing a lead ring. Chief Theobald, what's the situation? Baylor hurried over and asked. Well, Dr. Wargrave could not handle official business, so Dr. Theobald had always been the one to exercise the authority. However, he was not a doctor of economics and history, so he did not preside over the discussion on reducing the trade deficit of the 7 countries 2 days ago. Not sure. Dr. Theobald's expression was unpleasant. Smack! Garland slapped the armrest of the wooden chair angrily, and asked loudly, what do you mean not sure? Previously, you all patted your chests and promised that the plan was perfect and flawless. There will definitely be no problems. Sigh, Danny Rise's senses are very sharp, and she sensed that there was something wrong with the food. At that time, the apprentice who delivered the food was stealing the food of the guests. Dr. Theobald explained the entire situation. There was someone monitoring the room next door, but no one dared to dig a hole to peek. Powerful knights would notice if they were being stared at with ill intentions. Garland asked again, even if the poisoning failed, there's still the dragon-slaying crossbow, they can't escape even if they have wings. We guessed wrong. The doctor shook his head, and said dejectedly, Baristan did not deliberately wear the tattered armor to deceive others. It was a set of rare Valeglia steel armor, and even his black longsword was an extremely sharp Valeglia steel sword. What? That extravagant? Baylor's eyes were about to pop out. But I remember, Layla. No, Danny Rise's armor was bought in the old town. Garland was puzzled. Only Baristan was wearing the Valeglia steel armor, and Danny Rise seemed to have been shot by a crossbow arrow, but the condition of her injury is uncertain, but since the dragon could still carry the 2 of them away, it means that she is not dead yet. What was that red sun just now? The old man asked. I don't know, maybe it was dragon flames? Dragon flames? Baylor was so agitated that his voice cracked from shouting, You have studied the Megalosaurus for thousands of years, but have you ever seen dragon flames like that? But we have checked the burn marks, and it indeed matches the characteristics of dragon flames. Magician Marvin thought that it was dragon flames transformed from fireballs, and he said that the Megalosaurus used fire control to turn the dragon flames into fireballs and spit them out. The old man stroked his long white beard and asked thoughtfully, just like the fire warlocks at the docks who control fire to turn it into a fight between beasts? Yes. Dragons can use magic? Garland and Baylor were dumbfounded. We don't want to believe it either, but this is not an exception. Dr. Theobald's smile was bitter and desperate. The Dragon King may not be the Great Wizard, but the Great Wizard must be the Dragon King. According to the records, Great Wizard Valeglia's Megalosaurus can spit out fire rings, fire birds, fire dragons, fire snakes, and even fire giants. Compared to that, the Mother of Dragons' dragon spitting out fireballs is nothing. Great Wizard Valeglia. The old man's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He glanced at his grandson, but kept his mouth shut. Sigh, how are we going to deal with the aftermath? Baylor slumped against the back of his chair, his face numb as he muttered to himself, I was against assassinating her before. Not to mention violating the guest's rights, we get along well with her. Danny Rise is gentle and polite, smart and wise, brave and good at fighting, and close to the people. So what if Targaryen is restored? Is it worth it just for Marjorie's position as queen? Everyone saw Cersei's attitude. Lannister is not willing to share the Iron Throne with Gao Ting. Lannister and Targaryen have a blood feud, but we only have a conflict of interests with her. What's the point of this? This has nothing to do with Gao Ting. Galantir's expression froze, and she looked around at everyone. She emphasized in a serious tone, Grandmother only said that we can cooperate with the City of Knowledge, but we, the Tyrell family, will not participate. Then who is responsible? I was against this from the beginning because Garth planned to sneak out and report the assassination to her. You even locked him up in the confinement room on the 4th floor. Baylor's eyes were red as he stared at his nephew and questioned. Unlike Galantir, who was trying to shirk responsibility, Baylor spoke from the bottom of his heart. The Heidel family had not invested in Lannister at all. Whoever ascended to the Iron Throne would not affect them at all. Furthermore, from their personal impressions, Baylor and Garth admired the beautiful champion of martial arts Layla, and even secretly admired her. If Layla Vesuvius had a higher status, Garth would have thought of pursuing her. Well, of course, now that he found out Layla's true identity, he felt that her status was too high. Baylor's status was suitable, but he already had a wife, and Garth was only the second son without the right to inherit. Thinking of this, Baylor looked at his father with some resentment. Since he had been studying magic at the top of the tower, he should have continued to train. Why did he have to come down and participate in such a troublesome and unrewarding matter? The old man stood up, and said to his grandson with a wooden face, "Garth, ask Lady Alina. This matter is beyond the Hyder family's ability. No matter what the lady and the City of Knowledge come to an agreement, I will fully support it. But it's late now, so let's all go." Oh right, the old man walked a few steps with the help of his maid, and suddenly turned back to Professor Theobald. "Sir Steward, after you return to the City of Knowledge, please ask Professor Marwyn to come over. I want to ask about the dragon fireball." "All right." Baylor looked at his father who was staggering away, and then at Garth who was calling for the scholar to write a letter. He shook his head and went downstairs. Chapter 262. The next morning, the sun woke up from the eastern horizon and the sky was red. In the Crimson Mountain Range 1,000 kilometers north of the Old Town, 2 megalosaurus, one black and one white, passed through the thin mist surrounding the mountain and landed on the cliff with pine moss growing on it. The breeze blew the hair on the girl's temples. Dany frowned and came to the old knight's side. She looked at the old red-nosed doctor in his arms and complained, "This kind of villain who violates the guest's rights, why don't you just throw him down and kill him? Why do you have to treat him?" She originally planned to cross 1,700 kilometers in one breath and go to King's Landing for lunch. "I want to know what the City of Knowledge is thinking." The old knight lowered his head and carefully pulled out an arrow that pierced through Pereston's thigh. Ow, ow, ow. Even though White Knight's actions were skillful and gentle, the red-nosed old man still howled like a pig being slaughtered. "Give me poppy milk." "We didn't bring poppy milk." White Knight took out alcohol and cotton from her backpack and began to disinfect the old man. The alcohol contaminated the wound and caused another round of miserable howls. After more than an hour, Dany had already eaten the burnt cow hind leg caught by Dahe. White Knight finally dealt with the 5 crossbow bolts and 4 broken bones on the doctor's body. "You're really lucky. None of the wounds are fatal." Dany sat on a large blue stone and leaned her back against Dahe's warm wings. She was very relaxed. White Knight used a dagger to slice off a piece of hind leg meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She said vaguely, "He's not lucky. I disguised him as you so I naturally have to protect him and not let the arrows hit his vital parts." Dany nodded. Spiritual projection was a very important trump card. It was best not to expose it if it could be kept a secret. White Knight cut a piece of bloody red meat and gave it to the red-nosed old man. She asked, "Doctor, how did you discover Her Majesty's identity?" The sun climbed to the top of the mountain and the mountain fog had dispersed. Looking around at the edge of the cliff, the green forest and the dark red ridge were clearly visible. Perestan retracted his numb gaze and sighed. He took the beef and started chewing on it. He said as he swallowed, after Dr. Wargrave's reminder, several doctors who had seen Queen Layla noticed the abnormality. Dany Rise was her daughter after all, so there were some similarities between them. It's just that we didn't think about it before. It's too crazy to travel thousands of miles from Slave Bay to Old Town. However, there was one suspicious point, and then countless other suspicious points. Her name is Layla, and she's from the royal territory. Her father is the great feudal lord who lost his territory. Then, he turned to Danny and proudly said, "More importantly, we found a strand of your hair. After washing it with medicine, it turned out to be silver hair. Look at how smug you are. You've seen Sir Barristan countless times, but you still can't recognize him." Danny sneered. "He has changed too much. His temperament and appearance have changed." White Knight asked seriously, "Why did you attack His Majesty?" "For the 7 kingdoms." Danny waved her hand and interrupted him, "For the real world." How do you know about the real world?" Pereston's eyes bulged as he asked in disbelief. "I already know all the secrets of the City of Knowledge. The mad dance of the blood dragon and the extinction of the megalosaurus were all you're doing." "What?" White Knight stood up in horror and said in shock, "Why did the City of Knowledge do that?" Danny smiled bitterly and told him the purpose of the City of Knowledge and the secret behind the extinction of the megalosaurus. White Knight was still in disbelief. He turned to look at the red-nosed old man and asked with a complicated expression, "Is this true? I have nothing to say now. Just kill me." The old doctor looked miserable and closed his eyes to await his death. "I saw many red god temples in the lower city of Old Town." Danny suddenly changed the topic. "Other than Slave Bay, the mainland of Ursos, including the various cities of the Jade Sea, all the sea trade cities have red god temples and a large number of devout red god believers. If the areas under the influence of the church were marked with color, the entire world would be dyed red. Even the Westeros had a king who believed in the red god, Stannis. May I ask, Dr. Perestan, how do you plan to deal with Lalo?" Seeing that he closed his eyes and did not answer, Danny smiled and continued, "Indeed, the extinction of the megalosaurus and the extinction of the magic tide, even some of the red god priests were affected. However, Lalo himself is growing stronger. Without the human extraordinary professionals, only the gods have the power of miracles in the world. This is more beneficial for the development of believers. Lalo has always been in the astral world, and the magic tide is the link between the astral world and the real world. Without the dragon, the magic tide has been extinguished. No matter how strong the gods in the astral world are, they can't interfere with the human world." Perestan opened his eyes and said loudly, "Well, that makes some sense." Danny nodded and agreed with the old man's words. "The problem is that some areas are very special. They are naturally close to the divine kingdom of the gods in the astral world. For example, Asia and beyond the Great Wall. Those areas can even trigger a magic tide of a higher energy level." "There's an energy level for the magic tide?" Perestan doubted. "To be honest, I wasn't sure before. These 2 days, I read a lot of secret books in your library. As my knowledge increased, I realized something." Danny smiled bitterly. "Do you still remember the red comet 2 years ago?" she asked. "The whole world saw it. No one can forget it. That's the appearance of a higher energy level magic tide." Danny sighed and looked up at the bright blue sky. She said slowly, "I'll tell you clearly, the hatching of the dragon has nothing to do with the sacrifice. The activation of the stone egg requires 2 key elements, the fire element and the active soul element. The process of giving the 2 elements to the dragon egg is magic itself. In the age of magic without dragons, I can use magic to hatch the egg. This means that the magic level of the hatching dragon is higher than the ordinary magic used by the extraordinaries." Do you understand?" Looking at the 2 people's blank faces, Danny looked depressed. After a while, Perestan nodded and said, "I've realized something." "What have you realized?" Danny was a little surprised. "You and the megalosaurus are the same. Both of you can trigger the magic tide. Both of you deserve to be killed." Danny gritted her teeth. She wanted to immediately draw her sword and slash this bastard. "You idiot. Although the mother of dragons is the source of the magic tide, other than having a higher energy level, it's essentially no different from the extraordinaries like the Fire Warlock and the Shadowbinder. Whether the Mother of Dragons can hatch a dragon or not is determined by the existence of a higher level. Seeing that the old man was still wearing an expression that said, "You can continue to quibble, but I can see through the truth," Danny was furious and asked with a smirk, "Do you know when the other ghosts appeared?" "The deviant ghost is fake." The old professor's tone was firm. "I knew you would say that." Danny's smile became more and more eerie. It made the red-nosed old man feel a chill in his heart. She drew the clear sky, Valeglia's steel sword, from her waist and placed it on the old professor's head. "In the name of the Queen, I judge Peristan. You violated the rights of a guest and murdered the Queen of the Undulls, Loinars, and the Ancestors. The evidence is conclusive. You are punished, to wear black clothes and guard the borders of the kingdom." Peristan was dumbfounded. "I became a night watcher." "Ha ha ha, yes. I'll spare your life. Go and guard the Great Wall." Thinking of the old man facing the deviant ghost army, Danny could not help but laugh out loud. "Your Majesty is so merciful." The White Knight seemed to be relieved and praised sincerely. She took some time to treat Perestan's injuries. When the King's Landing city and the Red Castle near Blackwater Bay came into view, it was already past lunchtime. As the center of the game of power, the King's Landing should have excited Danny. However, as soon as she passed through the city gate, she was greeted by a strong rancid smell. The smell of feces, rotten garbage and the urine of humans and animals made her want to vomit. Dahe and Little White put down Danny and Beristan in the forest beside Rosby Road. Just like in the old town, they first found a courier station by the roadside and sold 2 horses. They then continued to walk in the southwest direction and entered the King's Landing through the steel gate in the east. The road was wide enough for 8 horses to walk side by side. The road was paved with bluestone. However, the street was very dirty. The thick mud and layers of feces made the horses feel like they were walking on a thick carpet. The layout of the buildings was also poor. The houses on both sides were uneven. Most of the houses were 2 or 3 stories high. The front yard and the backyard were connected to the pigsty, the stable and the garbage dump. Danny had the urge to flatten them all. However, there were a lot of people in the King's Landing. Most of them were poor. They wore gray linen clothes and were barefoot. They did not care about their appearance and were dirty and unkempt. They looked like refugees struggling for their lives. Even the few nobles who rode horses with swords were mostly wearing dark leather clothes and leather armor. They were not as gorgeous as the Free City's merchants. At the crossroads, a group of beggars approached Danny. There were more than 20 children who were less than 10 years old. They only wore a dirty t-shirt sewn with patches. Half of their dusty buttocks were exposed. Their small arms were as thin as firewood sticks. They held a broken wooden bowl and looked at her with pitiful eyes. They shouted dryly, "Miss Knight, please be kind. I'm hungry." Danny was upset. She was about to take out her purse and give them a handful of copper. Money is useless. They have someone behind them. The old knight stopped her and led her and the group of children into a small alley. They navigated the maze-like alleys with great familiarity. The buildings here were more densely packed than the houses on the street. The low yellow mud-thatched houses looked like 1,000 beggars squeezed into a 100-square-meter garbage dump. There were alleys everywhere, but there seemed to be nowhere to go. The sewers had long been blocked. Black and smelly wastewater flowed freely on the road. However, the alleys were not even paved with bricks. It was a long stretch of mud. The children left footprints with every step they took. From time to time, they would step on a dead cat with a bloated belly. With a squeak, its intestines and white maggots would be squeezed out of its broken belly. The smell was strong. "My lady, this is the flea's nest. It's the slum of King's Landing," White Knight explained in a low voice. "But isn't this too poor?" Danny frowned. "I don't believe that 1,000,000 gold royals can't build a neatly planned house with red bricks and green tiles." But who would be willing to pay 1,000,000 gold royals? It's such a large sum of money. White Knight shook her head and sighed. Of course the king will pay. This is his country, his people. Isn't this what kings do? Danny said matter-of-factly. The old knight stared at her for a long time. Seeing her serious expression with anger, he could not help but smile. My lady, your way of thinking is very different from other kings. We're here. The old knight stopped in front of a shop with a dirty canvas shed. Chapter 263. In front of a 2-story brick building, there was a messy courtyard without walls. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a black iron pot that could fit a cow. 7 or 8 men and women in linen clothes were busy cooking there. Someone was stuffing wood into a pot, a bloated woman with dull, coarse skin was washing turnips by a well, and a bearded man was skinning a dead dog with a sharp knife. Danny could smell the thick stench of decay from the blubbery carcass. Another person was holding a large dustpan and pouring dark red meat with pale white bones into the pot. He was pouring while 2 people beside him were stirring the pot with spoons. It could be seen that barley, soybeans, onions, and bones of unknown animals were already in the pot. A thick layer of oil floated on top of the thick brown soup. From time to time, bubbles the size of eyeballs would slowly pop up and burst. White steam brought with it a strange salty smell and spread in all directions. Gulp, gulp, Danny looked at the oily soup and felt a little nauseous. The reeds and firewood sticks next to her widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva with their fingers in their mouths. Sir, the brown soup is not ready yet. The square-faced man who was pouring the meat into the pot looked at Danny and White Knight for a while in confusion. My 2 knights, this place does not have good wine and meat to serve you. This group of children, White Knight pointed at the more than 20 beggar children around the tamed horses. Give each of them a bowl of brown soup. Wait, Danny's pupils contracted. She pointed at the dustpan in the arms of the square-faced man in shock. What is that? Damn it, you eat people. The dustpan was a little old. One of the bamboo strips jumped out and hooked the skin of a piece of red meat. It did not fall into the pot. And that piece of red meat, complete with skin, was that sausage that all normal men had. These guys really ate that sausage as if it was a sausage. Oh, this. The square-faced man pulled out the sausage and threw it into the pot as if nothing had happened. His voice was flat, but his tone seemed to be firm. We don't eat people. This is duck neck. The other busy shop assistants glanced at Danny indifferently. Their hands didn't stop moving, and they were still doing their own things. Danny still wanted to say something, and even wanted to draw her sword to cut them, but White Knight grabbed her elbow and shook her head with a serious expression. My lord, that's a duck's neck. The brown soup shop doesn't do any slaughtering business. They only buy meat and vegetables from the public. After cooking them into brown soup, they sell them to the nearby residents at almost cost price. Tens of thousands of flea nests, even hundreds of thousands of people, rely on them for a living. Danny put the sword back in its place in silence. The old knight dismounted his horse and walked into the small courtyard. He asked the other man, Striker, how's business recently? Sir Knight knows me. The square-faced man was surprised. Haha, I've lived in King's Landing for 40 years. I know exactly how many fleas there are in a flea nest. White Knight's tone was complicated. Hearing this, the square-faced man and the other shop assistants looked at the knight in iron armor and helmet with a lot of affection. It's not good, Striker shook his head and sighed. There are 500,000 people in King's Landing. Most of the food, vegetables, and meat they need come from the king's territory. But the wolf cubs in the north didn't take down a big city, but they almost destroyed all the manors near Female Spring City. The lions in the west are even worse. The Iron Throne has changed his surname to Lannister. When the army passes, they still send soldiers to the countryside to rob food, kill people, and rape. The pig-faced young man squatting on the ground to make a fire said with emotion, I really miss the peaceful times when King Robert was alive. Yes, yes. The teenager next to him nodded in agreement. King Robert is great. Back then, you could buy a pork sausage with 1 copper coin. Now, even a pumpkin costs 3 copper coins. 1 gold royal can only buy a fan of beef. No, King Robert is nothing. King Ares is the best. The fat woman washing vegetables by the well shook her head and shouted, Dick, you are young and have not experienced the Ares age of that year. The people lived and worked in peace and did not have to worry about food and drink. The people in King's Landing were so happy that the brown soup business almost couldn't continue. The bearded butcher also had a nostalgic look on his face. He sighed and said, Yes, I still remember the 12th year of King Ares's reign over the 7 kingdoms. 1 copper coin could buy 10 big apples on the flower street. They were crisp and sweet. Ah, I haven't eaten a juicy red apple for half a year. Some of the shop assistants missed Robert and some missed Ares. People who didn't know the situation would probably think that they were 2 peerless kings. But Danny understood that they didn't miss the king, but the summer of peace. Why was everyone looking forward to the coming of summer? It was because summer was rich in produce. If there was no war, almost no one would starve to death. Danny kicked the horse's belly and entered the small courtyard. She frowned and looked at the boiling soup pot. She asked the old knight, Their brown soup shop really doesn't make money? Stryker pulled at his dirty linen shirt and said unhappily, Look at us. Do we look like rich people? Danny nodded and pointed to the group of children behind her. She asked, How much should I pay for providing brown soup for them for half a year? Stryker counted with his fingers. The more he counted, the more tangled and confused his face became. After a while, he waved his hand helplessly and said, You can give me whatever you want. 10 silver deer, 20 silver deer, it's fine. Will you be greedy for my money but not give them food? Danny asked again. How is that possible? I, Stryker, am also a famous person in the flea's nest. Stryker blushed with anger and pointed to the white knight, Your companion knows me. Ask him. Give him 20 gold royals, and old Stryker won't be greedy. The old knight said affirmatively. Stryker was so moved that his eyes turned red. Old knight, open your mask and let me see. Someone who knows me so well must be my good friend. So, the white knight opened his mask, revealing a hairy beard. You are. Stryker was shocked. Columbus of Mud Street. Where have you been these years? You haven't come to drink with me for a long time. Danny, I'm not Columbus. The white knight pulled up his upper armor with some disappointment. Forget it, I've seen you many times, but you don't know me. Oh, that's right. Stryker scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. Brother, I'm sorry, just like I know Queen Mother Circe, but she certainly doesn't know who I am. This metaphor, ahem, it's not 20 gold royals. Danny coughed a few times, interrupting the awkward conversation of the 2 old men. I have a huge sum of money to donate to your shop. I just hope that there will be hungry children coming over in the future, and they can all have a full meal. Are you stupid? Stryker looked at her blankly. How am I stupid? Danny was puzzled. You're a noble lady from a rich family, why do you care about those little bastards who have no one to raise? Stryker asked. I have money, and I'm happy. Stryker's mouth twitched, he dropped the dustpan, wiped his greasy hands on his clothes, and reached out to Danny. Don't worry, I won't be greedy for a copper coin. Danny opened her backpack and tossed a leather bag over. The bag was about 4 to 5 pounds heavy. Caught off guard, Stryker almost dropped it. This silver coin is enough for 20 gold royals. Bullshit, he glanced at Danny and began to untie the leather bag while muttering. A bright golden light almost dazzled his eyes. This. Stryker looked shocked and dazed, looking at Danny at a loss. It's just 200 or 300 gold royals, don't be so ignorant. Danny waved her hand and said casually. What, it's all gold royals? The other shop assistants didn't even do their work, and all ran over to watch. When they saw the shiny and adorable little golden dragon, the way many people looked at Moneybag and Danny changed. Greed, hesitation, viciousness, and even eagerness to have a go at it. Stryker woke up in an instant and shouted at his shop assistant, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Haven't you seen the world? It's just a few hundred gold royals, go back to work." His tone was harsh, and his voice was like thunder. The shop assistants lowered their eyes and retreated silently. "My lord, you can." At this time, Stryker shook his head with a wry smile and said to Danny, "You think too highly of me." Danny raised her chin to the White Knight and said with a smile, "His recognition is worth far more than this bag of gold royals, but I only have this much cash left, otherwise." Stryker was shocked, looked at the old knight again, and solemnly said, "Who are you?" "Dornaston, worked in King's Landing for a few years." Stryker thought hard, but he still couldn't remember such a luxurious hero. He shook his head and solemnly said, "I can't accept this money, and I'm not qualified to accept it. But I can help you pass it to the Big Sparrow, only he can hold and use your donation." "You know the Big Sparrow? Did you join a poor person's party?" Danny frowned. "No, I don't know the Big Sparrow, and I haven't joined any church-armed organization, but the Big Sparrow has heard of my name." Stryker straightened his chest and said proudly, "He often sends cultivators to send food to me, asking me to reduce the cost of brown soup and help more people." Danny was shocked. Has the Big Sparrow been doing these things? Well, he sold almost all the valuable things in the Holy Church, even the Archbishop's crown was sold to buy food to relieve the poor of King's Landing. Therefore, recently, the unemployed people in the King's Territory and Hajin County have been gathering in King's Landing. Danny's face changed a few times, and she asked, "Are you going to see the Archbishop now?" "Of course." Stryker raised his money bag and smiled bitterly, "If I don't go now, I'm afraid I won't live past tonight when the news spreads." "Is King's Landing so chaotic?" The White Knight frowned. "I'm so hungry." Leaving the group of little beggars in the brown soup shop to wait for the soup to be cooked, Stryker stuffed the money bag into his pocket and left with Danny. The three of them passed through the narrow alley in silence. When they came to the main road, the dignified look on Stryker's face dissipated a little. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "The weather is getting cold. I heard that there was a light snow in Hajin County 2 months ago. Everyone knows that winter is coming, but the kingdom is now. Miss, you have shown your wealth. Don't go to the flea nest again in the future." A year ago, the famine in King's Landing rioted, even several Kingsguard died, and even the Archbishop. Although Stryker didn't say anything more, Danny still guessed that the Archbishop was probably made into brown soup. After thinking about it, Danny pulled out a piece of parchment with complicated patterns and exquisite manufacture from her backpack. "This is also for you." "What is it?" Stryker took it and looked at it. "I can't read, but the mark of the 7 gods and several strings of numbers on it looks a bit like the deposit certificate of the church bank." Chapter 264. It's a certificate of deposit from the church bank. It's anonymous and can be exchanged for money at sight. This World Sea trade was particularly developed, and even the banking industry was prosperous. It was unrealistic to issue paper currency, but things similar to the Song dynasty's jiaozi had long existed. However, most of them were large-amount certificates of deposit with real names. The Golden Dragon Bank did not accept more than 3, and only the person involved or their designated person was present and signed before the money could be withdrawn. Of course, the bank encouraged people to use anonymous certificates of deposit, which were almost equivalent to large banknotes. But it was very unsafe. If Danny was robbed, she would lose 20,000 gold royals at once, but the ransom of a baron was only 100 gold royals. Therefore, even if Danny took down the 3 major cities of Gith, she didn't get many anonymous certificates of deposit from the slave merchants. Stryker's eyes widened, and his fingers trembled as they slid on it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 7 gods above, 20,000 gold royals. It's a small matter. Danny waved her hand lightly. "Tell the Big Sparrow to use the money immediately." It's best not to buy food in the 7 kingdoms. Go to the other side of the narrow sea to find a food merchant. 20,000 gold royals is a small matter. Are you a billionaire? Sure enough, no one is perfect. This Miss Knight is kind, beautiful, and good-looking, but she loves to brag. Stryker carefully hid the parchment and asked in confusion, why? It's cheaper to buy food from the High Court. Alas, the 7 kingdoms are short of food. It's difficult to survive this winter if we only consume internally and don't buy externally. Moreover, Tyrell and Lannister are in constant conflict. The High Court will not always support King's Landing. When you all run to the river bend to sell food, the price will definitely rise rapidly. Even if the cost of foreign profiteers remains unchanged, they will also increase the price of food. In such a vicious cycle, the currency will depreciate crazily, and the economy of King's Landing will inevitably collapse. This Stryker couldn't understand at all. He was at a loss, so he suggested, why don't you come with me to the great cathedral to see the Archbishop? If you have any suggestions, you can tell the Big Sparrow in person. You are kind-hearted. Although I don't understand your suggestions, they are always beneficial to the people of King's Landing. Meet the Big Sparrow. Dany hesitated and looked at White Knight. You can meet him. Barristan nodded. Dany asked Stryker again, will he see me? Definitely. Alright, I would also like to know more about that legendary Archbishop. The King's Landing was bordered by the Blackwater River to the south and the Blackwater Bay to the east. The city was mainly composed of 3 hills, named after the names of Aegon the Conqueror and his wife. The Raineth Hills, where the commoners and the poor lived, was located at the center of the abandoned Dragon's Nest and the Flea's Nest. The Visania Hills, where the artisans and the middle class lived, represented by the great cathedral of St. Bell, the Church of the 7 Gods. The king and the nobles lived in the high hill of Aegon. The Red Castle was located at the high cliff at the corner of the Blackwater River and the Blackwater Bay. They went all the way east along the main road. The streets were still dirty and messy, but the buildings gradually became tall and neat. The air was still full of stench and decay, but there was also the smell of liquor, powder, and toast mixed in it. Well, it seemed to be even worse when mixed together. Along the way, Dany met a naked prostitute leaning on the window on the 2nd floor to solicit customers. She saw a blue-robed woman carrying a basket of vegetables. She took out 2 copper coins from her pocket and bought 5 shriveled apples the size of a child's fist from the street vendor. She saw hotels and restaurants with poor business. After turning to Sister Silence Street, Dany also saw the famous Alchemist Guild. In such a large black stone building complex, only 2 or 3 fire warlocks were wandering in and out. The nearby ordinary people seemed to be avoiding the source of the plague, and they deliberately quickened their pace when passing by. In contrast to the deserted Alchemist Guild, St. Bell's Cathedral was almost overcrowded, mostly with ragged and dirty refugees. They seemed to have made their home in the place, with the old and the young, building tents of coarse cloth on the white marble floor, huts of mud beside the altar of St. Bernard, and on the steps of the pulpit of the great cathedral, and then spreading their bedrolls, and lighting their bonfires, and setting aside their pots and pans. There was smoke in front of St. Bell's Cathedral. Stryker walked quickly to a group of brown coarse cloth soldiers and handed the money bag to the one-armed leader. While explaining, he also pointed at Dany on the side of the square. Soon the group of soldiers came to Dany. They were slovenly, dirty, and sloppy, holding spears and axes, and their uniforms were not neat. Some people wore a bumpy plate armor on their coarse cloth coat, some wore rusty mail armor, and some only had a cracked leather armor, but all of them had the church's 7-pointed star painted on their chests. Dany understood that this ragged army was probably the Big Sparrow's beggar army, the Poor People's Congregation. Of course, the Poor People's Congregation was what ordinary people called this church's armed forces. In the Church of the 7 Gods, its real name was actually very powerful, the Star Warriors. The one-armed man first expressed his gratitude to Dany and Barristan, and then asked, "Miss, are you a church member?" "Well, we all believe in the 7 gods, and I'm still a member of the church." Dany nodded. Well, I'll take you two to see the Archbishop immediately. The one-armed man smiled with satisfaction. Two church members, how should I address you? Danny handed the horse to a star warrior and smiled. My name is Keisha Alexander, and he is my knight attendant, Aston. Hello, Miss Keisha, my name is Lancel. The one-armed man hesitated for a moment. Lancel Lannister. Lannister? Danny was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered who he was. He was Jaime's cousin, the one who climbed into Cersei's bed, and the one who killed Robert. I've given up my title and territory, and have decided to dedicate the rest of my life to the seven gods. The one-armed man looked weary, and his tone was bleak, like a monk who had seen through the world of mortals. They walked through the crowd, passing bonfires, carriages, and shacks. The refugees' expressions were dull, gloomy, and numb. Some of them even had a hint of hostility. Lancel stopped in the middle of the crowd and announced loudly, "This is Miss Keisha Alexander, our church member, a devout believer of the seven gods, and she has donated a lot of money to us." As if suddenly turning on the beautifier and backlight, the refugees' expressions suddenly changed. They looked at Danny with warm, respectful, and kind eyes, and the gray and cold weather seemed to have brightened up. So realistic, Danny complained in her mind, but she still put on a smile. When she got close to the statue of the blessed King Bael, she was shocked to see that the majestic marble statue with a kind smile was filled with bones and skeletons from the waist down, and many of them still had flesh and blood left. There were white and fat maggots wriggling, buzzing flies flying around, and even a flock of crows sitting on top of them, enjoying a dry meal. What are they doing? Danny asked Lancel, who was beside her. They are the church members, nuns, monks, and bishops who died tragically in Hejien, the king's domain, and the Stormlands in recent years. Some of them were hanged by the Red Gods, some were disemboweled by the Northern Army, and most of them were. After a pause, the one-armed man continued with a grim expression, they were killed by the blood troop hired by Duke Tywin. There were also bandits in Hejien and the king's domain. They robbed monks, raped nuns, and even killed Silence and her sister. The brothers of the Congregation of the Poor collected their remains from all over the country, hoping that the Holy Church would bear witness to their deaths. The Blood Troop was the warrior troop, a mercenary troop whose reputation in Essos was second only to the Second Son's troop, Titan's bastard troop, which was wiped out by Danny. The stupidest thing Duke Tywin did in his life was to hire the infamous warrior troop from the other side of the Narrow Sea to do his dirty work for him. Apart from the fact that his son Jaime's right hand was chopped off by the leader of the warrior troop, this arrangement also completely destroyed the agricultural production in Hejien, but it did not help much in defeating the Hejien warlords. After the War of the Four Kings, the Three River Basin, as the granary of the Seven Kingdoms, became the biggest burden for the Iron Throne. The Big Sparrow, including the Little Sparrows under his command, were all refugees from the Three River Basin. Walking on the stone steps in front of the Holy Church, Lancel reminded, Miss Keisha, according to the Archbishop's order, weapons that are not armed members of the Church are not allowed to enter the Holy Church. You and your attendant have to take off your sword belts. Yes. Danny took off the sword from her waist and handed it to the White Knight. Wait here. The old knight hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took Clear Sky. Ordinary iron swords could be handed over to the Congregation of the Poor, but Valeglia's steel swords did not look special. Anyone who took them out and wielded them would immediately notice the unusual weight and thickness. If two Valeglia's steel swords appeared at the same time, it was hard to say whether the Congregation of the Poor would be greedy or cause other trouble. Passing through the St. Bell Square and a small garden, Danny followed Lancel to the gate of the Holy Church. The Holy Church was a magnificent marble dome with 7 crystal towers standing in the middle. After passing through the gate, there was a long corridor that led to the interior of the Holy Church. Lancel stopped in front of the corridor, where more than 20 monks in coarse linen clothes knelt on the ground, scrubbing the floor with a cloth in their right hand and soap in their left hand. While Danny was wondering, a thin old man about 1.5 meters tall got up from the ground and threw the cloth back into the wooden bucket. His wizened face cracked a smile and said, Keisha, thank you for everything you've done for the people of King's Landing. You're the Archbishop. Danny stared at him with wide eyes. The old man was not as tall as her shoulders, and his body was too thin. His brown robe looked like it was wrapped around a hemp pole, and his bare feet were black and hard like tree roots. But he was not sloppy at all. His robe was worn and patched, but it was clean. His beard was neatly trimmed, and his thin hair was combed to the back of his head and tied into a knot. He was a very refreshing little old man. "I'm the Great Sparrow," he said with a gentle smile. "It's not convenient to receive guests here. Keisha, please come with me." He led her through a corridor full of dirty water and soap bubbles, through a double-opened inner door, and into a spacious hall. Danny's iron boots and the Great Sparrow's bare feet echoed on the marble floor. There were 7 tall statues in the hall. Except for the stranger, the altars under the other 6 statues were filled with candles. There were almost 1,000 candles, and they were as bright as the stars. When they came to the center of the hall, 7 colored lights shone in from the leaded glass window on the dome. Dust danced in the light, and the air was filled with the smell of incense. A monk led hundreds of sparrows to pray in front of the statue of the Holy Mother. Their voices were like the waves of the distant sea, ethereal and sacred. "Which god does Keisha serve?" the Great Sparrow asked softly. "Maiden," Danny said, and walked towards the maiden's altar on her own accord. Chapter 265. Danny knelt down on the rug before the maiden's portrait and recited the maiden's midday prayer from the 7 Stars Bible with practiced precision. The big sparrow knelt down beside her and joined in the prayer. "Keisha, where are you from? Is it okay for you to take out 20,000 gold royals at once?" After the prayer, the two knelt down in front of the statue and chatted. There was a unique number on the deposit certificate of 20,000 gold royals, and the details of the deposit could be found according to the number. In other words, if the big sparrow took the deposit certificate to withdraw money, he would be able to guess her identity. Of course, the big sparrow could also use the deposit certificate to exchange for food on the other side of the narrow sea. However, the City of Knowledge would definitely inform the Iron Throne that the Dragon Queen had appeared in the Old Town, so Danny felt that there was no need to hide the fact that she had been to the King's Landing from the big sparrow. "Your Excellency, I'm afraid you've noticed that when I first saw you, I should have knelt down and kissed the back of your hand, but I didn't. Do you know why?" "I'd like to hear the details." The big sparrow was curious. Not to mention Danny, even if Queen Mother Circe and Tomon came to the great cathedral, they would also kneel down and greet the big sparrow when they saw him. Because the big sparrow was the representative of the 7 gods in the mortal world. "Because I'm also a big sparrow." Danny said something that shocked the big sparrow. You're from the Starry Cathedral in the Old Town." No, none has ever been crowned as a big sparrow. It has nothing to do with the big sparrow who are afraid of you. I'm from the continent of Ursos." Danny shook her head. Of course, the big sparrow was afraid of the big sparrow. The monks who were cleaning the floor in the corridor were all the original big sparrow of the King's Landing. The big sparrow was originally a wandering monk in the Three River Valley. He relied on a group of beggars and used an axe to force the big sparrow to elect him as the big sparrow. After that, they were deprived of their luxurious life. Every day, if they didn't work, they wouldn't be able to eat. There was a bishop named Tolbert who was too fat. In the country where the whole of King's Landing was starving, he was judged by the Great Sparrow for his sins. Now, he was locked up in a secret room to repent, and could only eat a small amount of bread and water every day. This news was told to her by the big man Striker on the way here. "Ugh, Ursos also has the Church of the 7 Gods?" The big sparrow had a strange look on her face. Could this Miss Keisha be a liar? Both the Church of 7 and the Undulls originated from the upper Rhone plains, but the competition between the races in Ursos was too fierce. In terms of technology, the Undulls' iron smelting technology was stolen from the Lorna people. In terms of magic, the 7 gods did not exist at all. The priests of the 7 gods did not have supernatural powers. Thousands of years ago, the last Undul's kingdom had been burned to ashes by 100 dragons led by the Dragon King of Valeglia. I was the one who established the Church of the Seven Gods. Other than a few dozen knights who were anointed with holy oil, there were only a few hundred little nuns who were being trained. The big sparrow was startled and asked, "Where is the church built?" "A remote place in the east of Volantis, which happens to be in the empty area of the Red God's power." Hearing that it was just a small church in a remote place, the big sparrow immediately believed the words of the Archbishop, Keisha. At the same time, she felt a little disappointed. Such a small church, it would not take long for it to be overwhelmed by the followers of the Red God. "Priest Keisha, since you are in a difficult situation, why did you donate so much money to the King's Landing?" The big sparrow asked hesitantly. "Hee, although our church is small, we are not short of money. Priest Keisha has been to the old town." The big sparrow remembered the place where the deposit receipt came from. "Yes, but not as the archbishop of a foreign church. In fact, the Church of the Seven Gods I established belongs to the new church. If the archbishop is the same as the archbishop of the old town, I will not reveal my identity at all." "New church?" The big sparrow frowned and asked unhappily, "You changed the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods?" "Sigh, the whole world is about to be dyed red by the Light King. I have to improve the survival of the church," Danny said helplessly. In terms of combat power, the Church of the Seven Gods was not even worthy to carry the shoes of the Red God priest. Even if survival is difficult, is a church that has changed its doctrine still the Church of the Seven Gods? "Archbishop, in fact, what you are doing now is very consistent with the doctrine of the new church." "How is that possible?" "My actions are strictly in accordance with the Seven Stars Bible," the big sparrow said angrily. "The abstinence and frugality that you proposed is one of the core principles of the new church." Then Danny explained the concept of Puritanism. Different from the Presbyterian faction, constitutional monarchy, and the radical faction, abolition of the monarch, republicanism, in British history, Danny referred to a lot of Confucian and Taoist ideas. There were restrictions on the power of the monarch, but strictly followed the political idea of the monarch and his minister, father and son. Puritanism, this. The big sparrow's face was full of anger at first, but gradually, it became thoughtful and enlightened. Finally, it opened its eyes wide, and its expression was excited and yearning. "This is the ideological state that I have been searching for. Archbishop Keisha, you are Saint Bailey alive, and you will definitely leave a glorious page in the scripture of the seven gods in the future." You are flattering me. The abstinence that I proposed is not a narrow ban on the sex between men and women. It's just that Archbishop Keisha is still a little conservative. The big sparrow smacked her lips and said, "The church shouldn't be subordinate to the monarchy. Under the seven gods, we are all equal." Danny's face was blank and she did not comment. She should have thought about it earlier. With the big sparrow's behavior, even locking up Cersei and Marjorie, it was the most radical of Puritanism. "Your Excellency, I fully understand your thoughts and aspirations, but have you thought about the counterattack of the great nobles?" Danny reminded. She would not challenge the Iron Throne in the near future. She would let the big sparrow torture Cersei and Tyrion for the next few years. "The Constellation Warriors and the Sons of War are the Church's strongest shield," the big sparrow said confidently. "Well, I'm telling the truth. Don't be angry." Danny grinned. "The Constellation Warriors are just farmers who have put down their hoes. When faced with a fully armed Iron Knight, 10,000 of them will not be able to defeat 200 of them. The Sons of War are true knights who have been anointed with holy oil. We now have 100 Sons of War," the big sparrow said proudly. "Not enough, far from enough." Danny shook her head. "Not to mention whether the Sons of War, who are both nobles and disciples, are trustworthy, 100 knights are too few. You are challenging the authority of the Iron Throne. Indeed, there are too few people, but why not? They have all sworn an oath before the seven gods. If oaths were useful, Prince Rhaegar would not have violated the sacred marriage law, the War of the Usurpers would not have happened, Robb Stark would not have violated the sacred oath, and the bloody wedding would not have happened. There was also Queen Cersei, Queen Marjorie, however, it was a gentleman's rule to not talk too much. The two had just met for the first time, and some things could not be said. Dany sighed inwardly and continued to set a trap for Cersei. Your Excellency, you still have a fatal hidden danger. What hidden danger? Your actions are not recognized by all the archbishops. If the Iron Throne executes an operation to decapitate you, I'm afraid, when she first watched Wandering Power, Dany still felt that the scene of Cersei blowing up St. Belle's Cathedral was unreasonable. After all, the Big Sparrow was not a rogue practitioner. If one of them died, the whole family would die. Except for the northern region, the other 6 countries had their own cathedral and archbishops. Especially the Old Town, before Aegon the Conqueror appeared, the starry cathedral had always been the church's headquarters, and the church there was no weaker than the King's Landing. If you blew up the King's Landing Cathedral, wouldn't the archbishops of other places avenge the Big Sparrow? Now Dany understood. He really wouldn't. The sudden appearance of the Big Sparrow had divided the Church of the 7 Gods. He was completely different from the rest of the archbishops. Otherwise, with the financial resources of the Old Town's church bank, why would the Big Sparrow need to sell his crown for gold to buy bread? The Big Sparrow also knew that he was not liked by the other archbishops. Of course, he hated the archbishops who only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, and kidnap beautiful little boys. However, he was confident in his own safety. There are thousands of star warriors here. No one can hurt me. I've heard of an extremely terrible thing, Dany lowered her voice and said nervously. There are secret passages under the 3 high hills of the King's Landing, and there are even wildfires buried by Targaryen. If someone ignites the wildfires under St. Bailey's Cathedral, then, that's impossible, right? The Big Sparrow looked doubtful. I've checked it myself. There are no secret passages under the cathedral. Hey, how did Duke Tywin die? That, thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried running in the quiet hall. The two stopped talking and looked back. They saw the one-armed hero, Lancel, running in a hurry. Your Excellency, Randall Tally brought an army into St. Bailey's Square. He said that if you don't release Queen Marjorie immediately, he will massacre the cathedral. Damn, Fatty Sam's father is so brave. Dany suddenly wanted to go out and meet the 4th General of the Westeros. Only Queen Marjorie? The Big Sparrow frowned and asked. Yes, Count Tally is a vassal of the High Court. He only asked for the release of Queen Marjorie. The Big Sparrow's expression eased a little. He nodded and said slowly, I'll go out and meet Count Tally. Right, arrange for Keisha to, Dany volunteered, I'll go with you. I'm a knight. I can protect you. That's fine too. After hesitating for a moment, the Big Sparrow agreed. The group quickly left the cathedral hall. On the stone steps outside the door, Dany took the sword from the White Knight and whispered a few words of explanation. Then, she followed a few children of war and walked to the square in front. The arc-shaped shields painted with the image of the Strider Hunter formed a wall. They ignored the tents, mud houses, and carriage houses in the square and slowly pushed forward. Iron spears flashing with cold light pierced through the gaps in the shield wall. Count Tally didn't have many soldiers, no more than 1,000, but their valiant temperament and firm and fearless fighting spirit instantly suppressed the thousands of poor people's gatherings into dregs. The refugees and Constellation warriors shouted and cursed, throwing bricks, mud, wooden sticks, and other debris at the soldiers behind the shield wall. However, they were unable to stop the footsteps of the shield soldiers. They could only shout in vain, the 7 gods have descended to punish the sinners. On the lectern, one could see the armored general sitting high on a warhorse behind the spear and shield soldiers. He was surrounded by 30 to 40 cavalrymen, and there were also riders holding the blue flag of the Strider Hunter. When the Big Sparrow arrived, the crowd was noisy and separated to the sides like a tide. The shield wall on the opposite side also cracked open a small path. Count Tally dismounted and walked alone to the archbishop, who was surrounded by the children of war. Chapter 266. To the surprise of Danny and everyone else, Randolph took off his helmet in front of the big sparrow and knelt on one knee. He devoutly held up the big sparrow's skinny, calloused right hand and kissed the back of it. The archbishop did not avoid it and firmly accepted the count's greeting. Danny, who was standing in the crowd of children of war, also saw Sam's father for the first time. He was a 1.9 tall, strong man with a square face, a big bald head, and a short, hard gray beard. At first glance, Danny knew that he was a soldier with an iron will. At the same time, his eyes were sharp and deep, indicating that he might be rigid, but he did not lack wisdom. After the greeting, Randolph stood up and put on his helmet again. He directly stated his purpose. "Your Excellency, I'm here for Queen Margaret. Tyrell is the lord of the Tully family, and I'm also a subject of the Iron Throne. There are some things that I have to do." "I understand." The big sparrow nodded and asked with a flat expression, "But Her Majesty is facing several charges. I can't stop her trial. Queen Margaret will not escape the trial, but during the trial, she can't continue to be detained in the Holy Church. I can swear to be her guarantor. Under my supervision, she will definitely participate in the final church trial." Count Tally spoke forcefully and softly of a compromise. His statement was equivalent to admitting that the church had the right to judge the queen, and he did not erase Little Rose's identity as a defendant. Now, he was only using Count Tally's reputation and military power as a guarantee to let Little Rose obtain the right to be released on bail pending trial. There was no doubt that the big sparrow knew when to stop. "Yes, Count Tally can take Queen Margaret away." Randolph nodded and waved his hand behind him. The cavalry began to shout loudly to command the spear and shield soldiers to line up and leave. About 15 minutes later, Count Tolly's army had already disarmed themselves from their threatening stance, neatly lining up in 10 columns. At this moment, 8 broad-shouldered, thick-waisted nuns with cold expressions walked over with 3 startled young girls. Little Rose, the Virgin Queen, and her 2 cousins were unkempt. Dressed in coarse linen clothes, they looked like female college students who had been kidnapped by human traffickers to the mountains for half a year. They did not look like the Rose of High Court at all. "Your Majesty," Randolph Tarley hurriedly took off the thick blue wool cloak from his shoulders and walked a few steps to the calmest of the 3 women, the brown-haired girl, and covered her with the large cloak. "Your Majesty, it's all over now. I'll take you home now." "Woo-woo." Finally, the pale-faced girl cried in Tully's arms. The other 2 girls also hugged each other and burst into tears. When Tully helped the queen get on the horse, more than 1,000 soldiers left to protect her. Only then did the big sparrow sigh and wave his hand to dismiss the children of war. "Keisha, you're right. Things are different now. The armed forces of the church are no match for any of the great nobles," the big sparrow sighed helplessly when they returned to the sanctuary hall. "Archbishop, you don't have to worry too much. You have a high prestige in the hearts of the people of King's Landing. No nobles would dare to risk universal condemnation and stain the sanctuary with blood," Danny comforted him. "Hold on, Big Sparrow. You can't back down. Forget about Marjorie, at least you can't back down when it comes to Cersei. You have to teach her a lesson." Thinking of this, Danny could not help but suggest, "Your Excellency, the biggest problem in King's Landing now is food. Whoever has food and can fill the stomachs of the common people will have the right to speak. Your most important problem now is to quickly find the people of Bravos for a loan and plunder every grain in the Free City." "What can I use as collateral?" The big sparrow frowned. "The church's bank. The church's bank in the old town can be used as collateral for at least 3 to 4 million gold royals. The church's bank loaned 1 million gold royals to the Iron Throne alone. Even after the Grand Sparrow of King's Landing waived off the debt, the bank in the old town did not show any signs of bankruptcy. From this, one could see how wealthy the monks who claimed to serve the 7 gods wholeheartedly were. My order can't be conveyed to the old town, the big sparrow said awkwardly. Waiving the debt of the Iron Throne was just a matter of words. No matter how reluctant the church's bank was, it could not force the king to repay the loan that no longer existed. However, it was another matter to ask the church's bank to take the initiative to help the refugees in King's Landing. Unless one day, the big sparrow led a group of small sparrows to the sanctuary of stars. Cheap. Danny's eyes flashed and she sneered, of course, the Iron Treasury knows that you can't control the church's bank. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to borrow from them. However, since the founding of Bravos, no one has ever owed the Iron Treasury a single copper coin. Therefore, they have never lacked the confidence to collect the debt. The key is whether the business is worth their effort. If the total value of the church's bank is 5 million gold royals, you can mortgage it to the Braavosians at a 50% discount. They will definitely give you 2.5 million gold royals. No, I can't do that, the big sparrow shook her head and refused. I can't sell the church's property at a cheap price. The 7 gods can't forgive such a sinful act. Hey, Your Excellency, you're too honest. Danny sighed and shook her head as she came up with a bad idea. I tell you, the church won't lose a penny. When you get the money, immediately tell the bankers in the old town about the mortgage. They know the power of the Iron Treasury. For their own interests, they will definitely transfer the assets of the church's bank in advance. They will either leave a house full of bad debts or simply declare the bank bankrupt. Of course, the Braavosians are not stupid. The contract they signed with you must indicate the church's bank. Even if the church's bank in the old town goes bankrupt, in the future, when the new church's bank is rebuilt, you still have to pay them back. Yes, as long as the Church of the 7 Gods is there, we can't avoid it. The big sparrow nodded. Then declare the church's bank bankrupt forever. From now on, there will be no more banks. Well, the church's economy is mainly maintained by loans and donations from the nobles. The donation income is very unstable. Without the bank, the church's income will be reduced by 80%. Damn, 80% of the income from loans? Just how black-hearted are you cultivators? Danny complained in her heart, but she smiled and said, let's change into another armor. Identity? The big sparrow was confused. Let the Iron Throne and the Hyder family come forward and establish a central bank of the Westeros. The shares are all controlled by the church. The 7 countries, the Iron Throne, and the Hyder family are the guarantors. The credibility is definitely not worse than the church's bank. The big sparrow understood. Although it was a little shameless, it was very feasible. He looked at Danny in surprise and sighed in his heart. Not only did she make the Iron Treasury bleed, but she also took care of the disobedient archbishops in the old town. This Archbishop Keisha is really cunning. Then he thought, that's right, if someone can establish the Church of the 7 Gods in the land of tigers and wolves like Ursos, the church will not be able to survive if she is not cunning. Let me think about it. The church can still survive for a while. There's no time to think about it. I'll be honest with you. In a few months, the price of food will skyrocket. The same amount of gold can only buy 1/10, or even 1/100th of the food now. Danny shook her head and sighed. Why? Even if winter comes, the price won't rise that much, right? The big sparrow was puzzled. Have you heard of the mother of dragons? Daenerys Targaryen? The old man's face scrunched up and he smiled bitterly. The free cities have formed an alliance. How can I not know? It's because I know how scary she and her dragons are that I'm anxious to expand the church's armed forces. I knew you were a big troublemaker. Danny glanced at him and asked, if she really comes back, what will the church do? It depends on her faith. To the church, Lannister, Bella, Theon, Targaryen are all the same. Oh, no, I will never allow that traitor Stannis to sit on the Iron Throne. Fortunately, with the City of Knowledge as a comparison, this troublemaker can still be saved. Well, the City of Knowledge wanted to create a pure material world without magic and gods, but the 7 gods. At least a devout believer like the Big Sparrow would not think that the 7 gods were just 7 wooden blocks. The church and the city of knowledge had different ideals, they could not piss into the same pot. Soon, the mother of dragons will buy food from the Rhone plains and the land of strife. That's right, she will probably fight for the Iron Throne. I see. The old man sighed and nodded. I'll contact the people of Bravos tomorrow. After that, the two of them talked for more than 2 hours, mostly about their understanding of the teachings of the 7 Stars Bible. Although the Big Sparrow was not satisfied with Bishop Keisha's tampering with some of the scriptures, he had to admit that her changing the customs and improving the core competitiveness of the 7 gods' teachings was very reasonable. The Red God Church was so scary. The whole world was almost dyed red, and a king of the Westeros was even tempted to burn the statues of the 7 gods. It was too shocking. When Dany left, the Big Sparrow was even reluctant to see her go. Looking at the 7 kingdoms, only Bishop Keisha could truly understand him, and she even came up with the more advanced, Puritan theory. Also, her determination and courage to fight back against the Red Gods was too rare. 2 saints, only me and her. The Big Sparrow personally sent her to the door and gave her 2 handwritten letters of the 7 gods' teachings, one from Saint Bailey and the other from the Big Sparrow himself. Alas, we are also in a difficult situation here, otherwise I would have sent hundreds of sword saints, sons of war, to follow you to fight against the pagans. The old man looked sincere, and what he said was also true. Dany repeatedly expressed her gratitude. When the two of them were reluctant to part, a conversation came from the stone steps below. Hey, you are a knight who believes in the 7 gods, why don't you join us? You also saw how arrogant Rando Tarly was. A son of war wearing a colorful cape was persuading Barristan to join them. But I have a master to serve. The White Knight refused. Another church knight held up his sword and said enthusiastically, in this special time, all the knights who are anointed with holy oil should abandon their earthly masters and unite around the holy church. Fight with us, old knight, if you still love the 7 gods. Seeing this, the Big Sparrow hurried forward to dissuade him. Dustin, Knight Aston has his mission, he can't stay here. I can't wait to give you all to Bishop Keisha. They are just a small church with dozens of knights, but they have to face thousands of sacred fire hands, armed forces of the Red God Church. It is too difficult. Chapter 267. At this time, King's Landing was desolate, dirty, cold, gray, and crowded with refugees. There was no special scenery or food. When Dany left the great cathedral, it was almost evening. She even refused Barristan's suggestion to eat some hometown food. Who knew where the meat came from? The two only bought 3 large loaves of lemon-flavored white bread and a few fur coats on the side of the road and left. They did not go back the way they came. The area in the northwest city was too chaotic. Barristan was worried that a mob would rob them. This was not a groundless worry. The news that Dany gave Stryker a bag of gold royals must have spread. Many people were looking for her on the street. Even though Dany had taken the Gate of All Gods in the northeast direction, and even though they did not delay at all, they were still 3 kilometers away from the city gate. Seeing that the sky had completely darkened and the surroundings were desolate, 5 chain-armored riders on thin horses still surrounded them. There was no need for Dahe and Whitey in the sky to make a move. Barristan fought against 3, and Dany fought against 2. The 5 bandits only had time to shoot a wave of crossbow arrows, but the arrows clanged on their bodies, but it was useless. Then, like chopping vegetables, he cut off the neck and split the head in 2. The gangster who attacked Dany died on the spot. The White Knight wiped the bloodstains on the blade with the dead man's woolen sweater and said with a complicated look, "They are the makers and sources of the pork in the brown soup. If there are no wild wolves nearby, the bodies will be sent to the flea nest tomorrow." Dany frowned and pondered. According to her previous idea, she naturally did not care about the life and death of the Westeros. She even had the excuse of not interfering in the War of the 7 Kingdoms and the deviants going south. She was besieged by the allies. This was also the reason why she deliberately did not go north to integrate the Dothraki. With the 4 dragons and the 4 or 5,000 roaring warriors accumulated from the liberation of the slaves, Dany was sure that she could unify the Dothraki within half a year. And the best defense was offense. Leaving the Mother of Dragons guards to guard Slavers Bay, she would lead 100,000 roaring warriors on an expedition to the west. What Kolar, what Volantis, what Mir, Novos, and even Bravos, whose navy was developed and whose army relied on mercenaries, were all trash. But what about after conquering all the city-states in the western continent in 2 years? She had to deal with the counterattacks and disturbances from the old rulers, feed the Ursosian people who were not used to the harsh winter, and take on the main responsibility of fighting off the otherworldly ghosts. When she was exhausted from all the work, a dagger came stabbing at her from the back. In order to deal with the old nobles of Gith, she even got a scholar. What should she do? Even if a real scholar were to descend, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Should he just kill them all? If the great god of harmony wasn't so awesome, a certain 8-banner elites would have been able to pull off No Hair Left Behind, the 3 butchers of Keles, and the 10 days of Volantis, to end all troubles once and for all. The old nobles were a big problem, but what was even more frightening was the habit of Ursos. The southern cities, such as Volantis, Lys, Tarosai, and Mir, rarely stored grain for winter. From the map of the world of ice and fire, the northernmost Bravos of the Ursos continent was about the same latitude as the Aran Valley in the Westeros. What did that mean? Ursos had a subtropical, tropical, and equatorial climate. Most of the cities were located in the tropical and equatorial regions, so many people rarely saw snow, and there was no snow in winter either. Just like how Galen Tyrell was puzzled by Garth's release of peasant soldiers to collect grain, River Bend was also located on the edge of the tropical and equatorial regions. The climate was hot and the winters were short. Even the sunshine in winter was enough to grow wheat. Under normal circumstances, River Bend did not store grain. If grain did not flow out, only a few poor people would starve to death in winter. On the other hand, in the north, even if grain was stored in the late summer, large numbers of people would starve to death in winter, and then go south to beg for grain. Dany knew that the long night was coming, and also knew that the free cities did not have much grain in storage. Most of the people would starve to death in the long night, so she was a fool to take over the western continent before the long night. Do what you are in your position, do not do what you are not in your position. The meaning of this sentence could be understood as follows: do what you are in your position, do not do what you are not in your position. She had taken over her own cities, and as a king, she had to be responsible for her people. When there was not enough food and the people starved, only the king would be the one to curse, and some would even think that the Dragon Queen had caused the long night to come. On the other hand, if Dany had stayed in Slavers Bay and waited for the Alliance to attack, and then the long night came, the people would curse the Alliance leader for going against the righteous Mother of Dragons, causing the long night to come to punish the people. At that time, at the end of the long night, after defeating the Night King, Dany would casually send any amount of grain from Slavers Bay to help the people who survived. Then, she would be the child of prophecy, the merciful Bodhisattva. The people of the world would remember her kindness. Freeing the slaves would become a matter of obedience, and Dany's dynasty would be recognized by the world as the rightful ruler of the dynasty. Dany was not a fool, so of course, she would choose a plan that was beneficial to her. However, after seeing dozens of children pitifully drooling around the brown soup pot at King's Landing, she suddenly felt touched. The long night had not come, and such a tragic thing had already happened at King's Landing. When the long night came, how many King's Landing would there be in the world, and how many children would be so hungry that they could not even drink the brown soup? When the millions of people who starved to death and froze to death were no longer a string of cold numbers, but the men, women, old people, young people and children in front of you, then imperial ambitions and whatnot would not be that important. There was not much that Dany could do, but she intended to try her best. Professor Perez Tan was thrown onto a small reef in Blackwater Bay by Dany, about 40 to 50 square meters in size. When the two dragons found the scorched island, the tide of the night had already flooded half of the island. The old professor was shivering in the crevice of the rock, his lips were frozen black. Yep, he was still wearing the grey cotton robe from the old town. Hee, now you can really feel that winter is coming, right? Danny threw a sheepskin coat over and lamented, the city of learning should not have been placed at the southernmost part of the Westeros. The environment in the old town is too good, so good that you scholars don't have any sense of crisis and urgency, and only think about nonsense all day long. Most people in the country can't even fill their stomachs, but you are thinking about the illusory problem of the real world. I've decided, she stood up and announced to the old man who hurriedly put on the sheepskin coat, King's Landing, the city of learning must move to the north. The old professor was wolfing down the white bread, but when he heard that, he could not help but have half a piece of bread crumb in his mouth. He asked blankly, move to where? The Great Wall, or Bear Island? Mormont would definitely be happy to see the city of learning move to Bear Island. A large number of scholars could drive the rapid economic development of Bear Island, and the Count of Bear Island would no longer have to worry about not being able to support his prodigal wife. They did not stay on Scorched Island for long. The place was too small, and the wind was too strong. It was not suitable to spend the night there. After flying for another half an hour to the north, they landed in a ginkgo tree forest. When the White Knight was setting up a tent for Danny, Blackie and Whitey went to the nearby castle and brought 2 cows over. Danny was the only one who had a small tent of 3 square meters. The old knight and Perez Ten wrapped themselves in thick cloaks and fur cloaks by the bonfire and spent the night there. The old professor, who was warming himself by the bonfire, said with a complicated expression, "It's really convenient to have dragons. We can travel thousands of miles in a day and come and go freely. So you mortals are jealous?" Danny sat cross-legged in the tent. The tent flap faced the bonfire, and it was warm and cozy. Perhaps, the old man did not deny it, but the Megalosaurus only increased the Targaryen's arrogance and cruelty. It has no benefit to ruling the kingdom. You can say that after you go to the Great Wall. Danny pulled the tent flap and said to the White Knight who was cutting meat, "Let me see where Gino is." "Who is Gino? What does she mean?" The old professor asked curiously. "A trainee White Knight who is on his way to Bravos. His Majesty wants to contact him through the glass candle. Glass candle for long-distance communication." The red-nosed old man widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "She knows witchcraft?" The White Knight was stunned. This old man did not notice the matter of the spiritual projection last night. Now he was a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, "His Majesty has inherited part of Valeglia's witchcraft." As he said that, the tent suddenly projected wisps of grey light, and then quickly dimmed. About 5 minutes later, when the tent flap was pulled open, Danny saw 2 pairs of inquisitive eyes. "Where is he? Did you really light the glass candle?" The 2 of them spoke at the same time and asked 2 different questions. Danny only glanced at the old professor and said to the White Knight, "He is still floating on the narrow sea. If there are no accidents, he will reach Bravos in about half a month." Other than the dark star, Danny also glanced at the 2 faceless. The one-eyed female faceless was also on the ship. Jia Kuan. It was very awkward. Jia Kuan was cleaning the magic pot and would kiss and caress it from time to time. He would call out, "Mother, your son is filial." Cold, mysterious, and handsome, the most pretentious faceless in Game of Thrones, had his face covered in blood and became an idiot. It was too tragic. "What about the old town?" The White Knight asked again. "Old town?" "The extraordinary gathering," the old knight reminded her. Today is the 3rd day. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Danny smiled awkwardly and closed the tent flap again. The glass candle was lit again. She originally thought that it would be more difficult to find Marvin's candle when the distance increased to 2,000 kilometers. However, she did not expect to see a familiar signal in the void in less than 3 seconds. It seemed that the other party had been looking for her and had been waiting for her. Her mind power spread out, and her wizard power was quickly consumed. It was more than 10 times more difficult than before. Ah, Master Shikue, I finally contacted you. Marvin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said tiredly. This is not the city of knowledge. Danny looked around. This was an empty, spacious circular hall of more than 400 square meters. The floor was made of mahogany, and there was a row of bookshelves against the wall. The books were neatly arranged, clean and tidy. In addition to Marvin and Larissa, there was an old man with a long silver beard and a middle-aged woman in a white robe. Master Shikue, I'm from the old town of Leidon Hyder. After the old man introduced himself, he pointed at the woman who was curiously staring at the silver shadow. This is my eldest daughter, Maroya. Huh, Count Leidon, do you know who I am? Danny smiled strangely. The old man sighed and knelt on the ground, howling, Your Majesty Danny Liz, the assassination attempt had nothing to do with me or the Hyder family. Chapter 268. You're smart. Danny sneered. The old man knelt on the mahogany floor and said honestly, Professor Marwin told me that Wizard Shikue is a young lady who has inherited part of Valeglia's witchcraft. The fireball that fell from the sky last night was very similar to the spell that Great Wizard Valeglia used to control the form of the dragon flame. There are not many extraordinaries in the old town. Also, we waited at the dock for a long time this evening, but Wizard Shikue didn't come. This series of coincidences can only mean one thing, Your Majesty, you are Shikue. Don't call me Your Majesty. No noble would violate the rights of a guest and assassinate their own king. This. The old man looked around and said to his daughter, Maroya, bring the 2 guests downstairs for a cup of tea. I want to talk to His Majesty alone for a while. As he spoke, he glanced at Marwin and Larissa. Marwin frowned and glanced at Danny. Seeing that she nodded slightly, he left with his assistant scholar and crazy woman, Maroya. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. As soon as Marwin and the other 2 disappeared into the stairwell, the old man wailed. Don't take me for a fool. This is the old town. Without the permission of the Hyder family, how could the City of Knowledge find more than 100 dragon-slaying crossbows and nearly 500 elite soldiers? Your Majesty, the City of Knowledge is in the old town, and I'm the guardian of the City of Knowledge. However, the City of Knowledge has developed to this day, just like the Church of the 7 Gods. It's no longer under the control of the Hyder family. Okay, if that's all you want to say, then there's no need for us to talk anymore, Danny said impatiently. There was no doubt that the City of Knowledge was the mastermind. The Hyder family definitely didn't want to build the real world. Otherwise, the old man and crazy woman Maroya wouldn't be so obsessed with magic. However, the Hyder family must have been involved in the assassination, and their involvement must have been very deep. If Danny had burped at that time, the old man would most likely have held a celebratory feast and invited all the professors and generals of the City of Knowledge. He would not have shed a single tear for Her Majesty Danny. However, the failure to assassinate the dragon would definitely incur the dragon's wrath. The old man in the old town was afraid of Danny's revenge. Danny promised that there would definitely be such a thing. That was why he kept saying, Your Majesty, begging and quibbling. Your Majesty, the Hyder family is willing to be at your beck and call. As long as you give the order, I will immediately lead my men to massacre the City of Knowledge. The old man gritted his teeth and said with a sinister expression. Danny said indifferently, Count, I have to say that you have miscalculated and underestimated me. I won't kill any of the scholars and professors who tried to kill me. I won't destroy the City of Knowledge either. They will be punished, but I won't destroy the world's largest and most formal academic organization. The old man also heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, Your Majesty is benevolent, Your Majesty is magnanimous. It had nothing to do with benevolence. Those scholars with firm beliefs were all stubborn. For the sake of their ideals, they were not afraid of death at all. If Danny had gone all out last night and burned the City of Knowledge to the ground, the scholars would only think that they had sacrificed their lives for a righteous cause. Not only would they not feel pain or regret, but they would also be able to say righteously, "Look, this is the reason why we pursue the real world." Other than distorting one's nature, extraordinary powers do not benefit the country or the people at all. True revenge was to destroy the most cherished thing of the enemy. Your Majesty, in the game of power, everyone wants to be the winner, and they must be the winner. Madame Alina is not an ambitious person. Back then, the reason why she agreed to Duke Tywin's request to form an alliance was because she wanted to stand on the side of the victor in the War of the Four Kings. Of course, it would be better if her family could rise to a higher level. But the game of power never stops. After eliminating the rebellion, Lannister treated the High Court as his new opponent. Madame Alina just does not want to lose. Be more specific. Other than Cersei being crazy and doing some foolish things, I don't think Lannister has ever targeted the High Court, right? Dany said with a frown. Sigh, Duke Tywin has already made his move on the High Court. First, he broke the marriage alliance between Villa, the heir of the High Court, and Garland's elder brother, and Sansa Stark. Then, he gave Brightwater City to Garland. Your Majesty, do you know what's special about the Florin family in Brightwater City? Trying to sow discord between Hightower and Tully? It's not just me and the Tully family. Dany saw that the old man was holding his waist as he spoke, looking pitiful, so she said, "Get up and talk." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man happily got up and explained even more diligently. The bloodline of River Bend's nobles can be traced back to the legendary hero of the ancient era Green Hand Garth, including Florin of Brightwater City. Dany was deep in thought. Just like how Stark had an awesome ancestor, city builder, Brandon. In the era of the heroes, River Bend also had a legendary character, Green Hand Garth, also known as Green Garth. It was said that his hair and skin were green. Garth was especially good at breeding. Other than cultivating high-quality food for the farmland, he could also help women sow seeds. It was said that as long as he touched, an infertile woman could become pregnant, and an old woman who had lost her period could give birth again. Mothers were pregnant with twins or even triplets under his blessings, and little girls became young girls with periods under his smile. Wherever Garth went, the local nobles and ordinary people were willing to offer their chaste daughters to him. In the coming year, their crops would have a good harvest, and the fruit trees would be full of fruit. The young girls who were raped by Garth would also be pregnant with strong sons or beautiful daughters. No wonder he was called Green Garth. By the way, it was because of Garth's story that Dany came up with the idea of hybrid rice. Obviously, Green Garth was 99% likely a wizard. She even suspected that the green-haired and green-skinned Garth was a hybrid of the Children of the Forest and the Ancient Era. Was he a druid? In short, Garth was a hero who was especially good at farming. He had many children. The eldest son, Garth Gardner, founded the River Bend royal family similar to Stark in the northern region. The second son and daughter were the ancestors of many River Bend nobles. Tyrell's ancestor was an Undul adventurer. During the Undul invasion, he was loyal to the Gardner's family and later became the hereditary High Court chief. In the thousands of years that followed, Tyrell also had Garth's bloodline through marriage with the High Court nobles. But compared to the River Bend nobles that had been passed down from the ancient era, their status and heritage were always a little lacking. 300 years ago, Aegon killed all the male members of the Gardner's family in the Blazing Fury. As the High Court chief, Tyrell directly opened the Master's City Gate and surrendered to the Conqueror. Aegon returned the favor and let the steward inherit the Master's position, becoming the king of River Bend. This matter in itself made the other River Bend nobles secretly hate, but Aegon had a dragon. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to hold it in. Fortunately, the Tyrell family was smart enough. While clinging to the thick dragon leg of Targaryen, they married into the major Green Hand bloodline families. 300 years had passed, and they finally stabilized the rule of River Bend. But they had already occupied the Gardner's family's high court and the title of King of River Bend. Now, they had taken away Florence's title and fief, What would the other Green Hand families think? It had to be said that Tywin had made a smart move. The Florence family's Brightwater City was one of the richest territories in Riverbend. The bait was too tempting. Tyrell knew that it was a poisonous apple, but he still couldn't help but swallow it. Perhaps Tyrell thought that he could slowly digest this fat piece of meat with time and military force, just like 300 years ago. The old man of the old town continued, "Your Majesty, Randall Tarley and Pixter Redwyn are known as the twin heroes of Riverbend. They are the two core pillars that maintain the High Court's right to speak in King's Landing. As for Duke Mays, sigh, that inflatable fish, my son-in-law, is an idiot with high standards but low abilities. Lady Alina came from the Redwyn family. She was Count Pixter's aunt, and also his mother-in-law. In other words, Redwyn and Tyrell had a close relationship and couldn't be separated. But Tarley was Florence's in-law, but he didn't have any relationship with Tyrell other than that of a ruler and vassal. Duke Tywin caught this flaw. Other than the matter of Brightwater City, he also purposely divided the Riverbend army into two. Duke Mays led the High Court south to Windstop Castle and didn't achieve anything. Count Tarley led his own troops north to the Three River Basin to clean up the bandits and stabilize the law and order. Yet, Mays was a little jealous and narrow-minded. In the end, the long-bearded old man sighed with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Tywin died early. Otherwise, who knows how he would torment Riverbend. Thinking about how Randall led troops to rescue Little Rose this afternoon, Dany frowned and asked, "Will Count Tarley be instigated?" "No, he is a true soldier. Honest, wise, loyal, and brave." The old man shook his head and said with certainty, if Tywin was still alive and continued to use his methods to split the relationship between the ruler and vassal in Riverbend, perhaps Count Tarley would be pulled over by the Iron Throne. But now, Lannister has 2 lions, a dog, a pig and a tiger. Tywin Lannister is a vicious old lion, and Tyrion is an inexperienced young lion. Tywin's younger brother, Sir Kevin, is Lannister's most loyal old dog. Cersei is a pig, and Jaime is fierce but not resourceful. So, Your Majesty, do you see it clearly? The old lion and young lion are killing each other, the stupid pig can only cause trouble, the tiger has broken its claws, and Lannister is only left with a stable old dog. To Lady Alina, this is an excellent opportunity. If she doesn't take it, she will be punished. Chapter 269. Dany looked at the old man with a long beard who was shorter than her in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a clear understanding of the situation in the Seven Kingdoms. You think highly of Tyrion, but it's a far cry from the real world. Sigh, if Tyrion was given the body and appearance of a kingslayer, he would be the most terrifying person in the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei and Jaime inherited Duke Tywin's appearance, while Tyrion inherited Duke Tywin's soul and developed his wisdom. Your Majesty, think about it. If he was useless, why would someone try to eliminate him? Was Joffrey killed by Tyrion? I don't know how much hiding was involved, but I swear to the 7 gods that Tyrion is innocent. Dany smiled faintly. Anyone with a brain knows that the imp is not the murderer, but I want to know more about the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding. Well. The old man stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, Lady Alina and Queen Marjorie must be involved. The poison was put in the wedding wine cup that Marjorie and Joffrey shared, but Joffrey was the one who died. But Sansa Stark is also a suspect. Joffrey has a deep grudge against her, and she disappeared from King's Landing immediately. That's the key. Sansa is a delicate little girl. There's no way she could have escaped from the Red Keep alone. There's someone behind her, and that person is also the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding. Dany asked, what do you think about the person behind Sansa? I can't guess. I can only think of Varys, but the possibility is very small. The old man shook his head. Littlefinger was indeed the #1 troublemaker and schemer in Game of Thrones. He had done so many bad things, but no one had ever suspected him. Even the old man from Old Town, who was watching the situation from afar, did not pay much attention to him. Earl Layton, even if you sold hiding, you can't wash away your crime of murdering me, Danny said calmly. The Heidel family is willing to atone for our sins. My heir and I pledge our loyalty to you. When you decide to take back the Iron Throne, all the military and financial resources of the old town of Hyder will be at your service. And my second son, Garth, he admires you very much. After knowing that the City of Knowledge was going to assassinate you, he was prepared to sneak out to inform you. Garth was not married, nor was he married. He was locked up on the 4th floor of the towering tower by me. If you are willing, I can send him to Slaver's Bay in the name of exile and become your most loyal Kingsguard, just like my uncle White Bull Jello Hyder. Damn, this old man knelt down so decisively. He even sold his son. However, becoming a Kingsguard was a glorious future for the second son. Danny frowned and began to think. According to her original plan, the City of Knowledge would be demolished and moved to the extreme north where the books would belong to the Queen. The professors and scholars who had participated in her murder would wear black clothes and guard the Great Wall. Even if the Heidel family was not annihilated, they would have to kill the male descendants and strip them of their titles and lands. But she did not expect the old man to be so smart. Not only was he able to contact her through the clues, he also sold his titles and in-laws without hesitation. Danny naturally understood that if the situation was disadvantageous to her in the future, the old man would not mind selling her out again. But this was the nobility. This was the rule of the game of power. It was because pure loyalty was hard to come by that it was especially precious. She let out a long sigh and nodded. I accept your loyalty. When someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they kneel and submit, you should personally help them up. Otherwise, no one will be willing to submit. This was what Duke Tywin had told Joffrey in Game of Thrones. Danny remembered it clearly, so she couldn't learn from Emperor Joffrey, the second Mad King. Hyder will definitely go through water and tread on fire for you without hesitation, said the old man with an excited expression. Let me ask you, how many gold royals can the Heidel family control? Tell me the truth. Your Majesty needs money. The old man hesitated. Loyalty was easy, but gold was hard to come by. I need your loyalty, said Danny calmly. The old man looked pained. He gritted his teeth and spat out a number. 3 million. The Heidel family can take out 3 million gold royals in cash. 3 million gold royals is a little low. Danny thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, 3 million gold royals it is. I want you to immediately contact the merchants of the free cities and buy food from the other side of the narrow sea. 3 million gold royals of food? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm afraid that's half of the Western continent's food reserves. How many troops do you have? You need so much food. No, before this winter is over, I will not start a war in the Westeros. The old man suddenly had a flash of realization. Your Majesty wants the Allied army to run out of food? Then he shook his head and tried to dissuade her. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Not to mention that the Allied army will not be so stupid as to sell their food. The climate of Ursos is warm, and the plains of the Lone River are vast and fertile. Even if the Westeros enter winter, they can still grow winter wheat. Do you know anything about the other ghosts beyond the Great Wall? Danny asked. The old man said casually, I've heard of them, but the professors think that the Night Watchers are exaggerating in order to get help from the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. It must be winter, and the barbarians will invade the north, just like they did thousands of years ago. I'm at King's Landing now. I'll go back to the Great Wall to take a look. We'll know if there are any other ghosts soon. Ah, you're at King's Landing? The old man was shocked. Are you going to contact the old officials of King Aerys? Your Majesty, I'm not trying to provoke you, but you must be careful. There are not many people in King's Landing who are trustworthy. He was really anxious. He was not worried that the Queen would be deceived. Hathor had just secretly pledged his loyalty to the Dragon Queen. If she told the other nobles about the old town's allegiance in order to boost morale and win people over, would the Iron Throne and the High Court let the old town go when the news spread? He didn't want the Hyder family to be destroyed before the Dragon Queen even attacked. Danny frowned and said unhappily, "Old man, are you suffering from dementia? Didn't you hear the main point in my words? The other ghosts. I'm going beyond the Great Wall to find the other ghosts." "Hee, Your Majesty, you won't be able to find them." The old man smiled carelessly. "Your Majesty, you can win over the nobles, but don't tell them about Hathor's loyalty to you. This old man still wants to stay useful and be at your beck and call in the future." Danny rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "The Alliance can't wait to call on the whole world to be my enemy. Isn't this a reflection of how strong I am? If I really want to fight for the Iron Throne, why would I need to come to the Westeros to find some rotten fish?" The old man's face twisted. He wanted to shout, "I'm not a rotten fish." However, he was still relieved and even happy. It seemed that the Hathor family was the first nobles in the Westeros to pledge their loyalty to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, why are you going to the King's Landing?" he asked. "To observe the situation at the King's Landing and meet the Big Sparrow." "The Big Sparrow?" The old man was shocked. "That's a dangerous and lawless person. I hit it off with him at first sight and had a good chat with him. He even accepted my suggestion and wantonly bought food from the other side of the narrow sea." "Hit it off with him at first sight?" The old man's mouth twitched. He asked doubtfully, "What are you going to do? Let me ask you, if the other ghosts are real, what does this mean? Long night?" The old man trembled as he said this word. Then, his eyes bulged as he looked at Danny in disbelief. "If the long night comes, there will be at least a generation of winter. If you buy all the food from the free cities, then the Alliance army. So ruthless, so vicious." The old man felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that this woman was even more terrifying than Tywin or even a devil. Seeing his terrified expression, Danny immediately guessed what he was thinking. She laughed bitterly and shook her head. "You guessed wrong. I don't want the free cities to lack food. On the contrary, I hope that by raising the price of food, the free city-states will start planting food crops in the next year or two. If the long night comes, we can save a few more people." "This." The old man was at a loss. "What do you mean? You'll give the food you bought to them? Do you know about futures?" The old man shook his head lightly. Danny asked again, "Then do you know how much gold I have?" The old man was stunned for a moment before he tried to say a number. 100 million gold radiance coins? Even more. Just the gold and silver alone, I have 150 million gold radiance coins, which is about 50 million gold royals. 7 gods above. The old man leaned on the table beside him and almost fainted. "What do you want?" he asked blankly with trembling lips. "You and the sparrow will buy food crazily, which will greatly increase the price of food. 5 times, even 10 times. Right now, another of my iron guards is on a ship to Bravos. He will look for the iron treasury. First, take out all the gold and silver from Slave Bay and store it in the iron treasury. This way, the iron treasury can be used as a guarantor to buy food from the free cities. During this time, I will take Dragonstone Island and announce to the world that after the Alliance army is defeated, I will immediately lead 300,000 people across the Dothraki Sea, through the plains of the Lone River, and finally to Pentos. From Pentos, I will take a ship across the narrow sea and use Dragonstone Island as a stronghold to conquer the Westeros and take back the Iron Throne that belongs to House Targaryen. No one will doubt it. Naturally, no one will doubt my motives for buying food. Think about it, how much will the price of food rise at that time?" The sparrow and Hyder scanned through the goods. If the Dragon Queen came to buy food without limit, then, it will probably be the most terrifying price in history. 100 times, 200 times. Because you are their enemy, the price will probably be even higher. The old man muttered. Yes. Danny smiled and continued, because I abolished the slave trade in Slaver's Bay and because the Alliance Army is going to war, the trade between the East and the West is especially difficult. Sea trade cannot continue, and with the price of food so high, farming is obviously a better way to make money. My gold is stored in the iron treasury. With the iron treasury as a guarantor, the merchants are not afraid that I will go back on my word. At that time, I will sign a contract with all the grain merchants. I will buy their food for the next 3 years according to the current price, the price after the Sparrow and Hyder inflated it. I will take as much as they have. They do not have to give it to me immediately. They will store it in the granary first. I will also swear that even if I defeat the Alliance Army, I will not go back on the contract and send troops to the granary to steal food. With these guarantees, the manor owners and merchants will flatten the cash crops in the land and open up the wasteland on a large scale. All the farmers will be squeezed to the limit. If the other ghosts are real, the long night will really come. Then, 3 years later, it will be the long night. The food stored in the granary will be enough to save hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. Chapter 270. The old man was dumbfounded. He had never felt so shocked, excited, and frightened in his entire life. This kind of spending. He muttered. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Danny. Your Majesty, what can you gain by doing this? I can save many people, Danny said calmly. But that's 50 million gold royals. Hee, you might not believe me. I've always complained about having too much gold at home. I even had the thought of throwing it all into the sea. Now that I can save millions of people, I think it's worth it. Danny smiled happily. But what do those people have to do with you? The old man still couldn't understand. The gold was his, and the lives of the people of other countries were theirs. What could the Dragon Queen gain? They have nothing to do with me, but they are people, living people. There are old and young, babies and mothers, young girls and teenagers. Living people are dying miserably before your eyes. Don't you feel pity for them? The old man from the old town pouted and said with an aggrieved expression, There's nothing in front of me. Who should I pity? Seeing that the old man still dared to talk back, Danny said angrily, Can't you imagine? Go to the poorest families in the old town and imagine millions of them starving and freezing to death in front of you. To be honest, even if those poor people lined up to die miserably in front of me, my old heart wouldn't be moved at all. The old man muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to talk back. Your Majesty, don't worry. I completely understand your plan, but what? 3 million gold royals for food is too big of a move. How can I explain it to others? The old man asked. Explain what? You send people to the other side of the narrow sea to buy food. The ships will transport the food directly to Dragonstone Island. The situation in the 7 countries is chaotic now, and the power struggle in King's Landing is intense. Who cares about your fleet? This. The old man thought for a while and nodded. Your Majesty, you have to take Dragonstone Island as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, I will send a fleet to the other side of the narrow sea to buy food. The old man probed, then, my son Garth, all right, let him join my Queen's Iron Guard and help me transport rations. When we arrive at Dragonstone Island, I will accept his oath in person. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old man let out a long sigh of relief. I'll call Dr. Marwin. 5 minutes later, Marvin and Larissa came to Danny, while the old man and his daughter stayed downstairs. I didn't expect you to be the Dragon Queen. Marvin's expression was complicated. Because of the scholar's talent and because he can't see a future on the path of magic, he has been trying to build a real world without magic and gods. Furthermore, dragons can cause magic tides and bring magic to the human world. This is something they can't tolerate, which is also the real reason why they tried to assassinate you. I know. You know. Professor Perez-Tan is still alive. I've captured him. Danny did not mention anything about the bookseller. How does your Majesty plan to deal with the City of Knowledge? Marwyn asked anxiously. It is necessary for the City of Learning to exist. The scholars who tried to murder me don't have to die, but they have to wear black robes and go to the Great Wall to guard it. Your Majesty is merciful. Bullneck Marwyn let out a sigh of relief and asked, Your Majesty, do you need a scholar? I'm willing to swear to serve you. Danny thought for a moment and said, How about this? You go to Dragonstone Island with Garth. Count Laydon will explain the details to you. Marwyn nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the Hyder family had already sided with the Dragon Queen. The two did not talk much. They agreed to communicate using glass candles and promised Larissa that she would take her in as a mage apprentice and part-time maid. Danny ended the long-distance communication. When she opened the curtain of the tent and came out, the beef and barley soup in the iron pot was already cooked. The red-nosed old scholar was holding a wooden bowl and eating happily. How was it? White Knight asked as she served her soup. Danny glanced at the old scholar who was eavesdropping and smiled. It was an unexpected harvest. Suddenly, Blackie, who was lying behind the tent chewing on a cow leg, raised its head and growled in the northwest direction. Someone's coming. Danny stood up and walked to Blackie. Woof, woof, woof. A few minutes later, a series of hurried barks came from outside the forest. The barks were filled with unease and fear. There were also a few men loudly scolding the hounds that had stopped moving forward. Not long after, a man walked within 100 meters of the bonfire and shouted to his companions, There's a bonfire. The poachers are over there. How unlucky. There are still people patrolling the forest in the middle of the night? Danny whispered. In Westeros, ordinary hunters were not allowed to enter the forests of the Lord's territory to hunt. If a poacher was caught, they would either have one of their hands chopped off or wear a black robe. Your Majesty, I'll go talk to them. White Knight volunteered. She put on her iron helmet and walked to the border between light and darkness. She shouted, Are you the Rangers of Stockworth Castle? Someone in the darkness replied, We are the guards of Count Stockworth. Who are you? White Knight patted her armor and long sword. See? We're not poachers. It's late, so we had no choice but to camp in the forest. Poachers could not afford a full set of armor. The guards in the dark muttered a few words, and the sound of footsteps came closer. Suddenly, a man shouted, It's the smell of roast beef. Your Excellency, your cow was indeed stolen by them. Kill these cattle thieves. Another deep male voice said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a rain of arrows was shot at White Knight. The Count's guards in the darkness also shouted and rushed to the bonfire with their swords drawn. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew from the old knight's body. He retreated in Danny's direction and shouted, Let's talk nicely. We have gold royals. Don't lose your lives for 2 cows. Arrogant. 20 or 30 swordsmen in mail and leather armor rushed over under the lead of a man in silver plate armor. Sigh. The old knight sighed and stepped aside. Hiss boom. Big Black and Little White poked their heads out and suddenly spat out 2 blood-red dragon flames. The Dark Knight was torn apart, and the flames illuminated a radius of several hundred meters. The old knight clearly saw that the group of soldiers were suddenly stunned. The ruthlessness on their faces disappeared in an instant, and it was replaced by confusion and endless fear. Dragon! Dragon? Feeling the temperature of the dragon flames above his head, the leading man in plate armor spat out a word from his throat. Ah, dragon, Megalosaurus! The soldier woke up, threw away his sword, and ran wildly out of the forest. Come back! Danny yelled. Her hand streaked across the night sky, and the dragon flames that were spurting towards the sky twisted and elongated as if they had a life of their own. The two dragon flames actually turned into two fire snakes that slithered through the forest, avoiding the branches of the ginkgo trees, and formed a huge ring of fire that surrounded the soldiers. "Dragon King, please spare my life." The man in plate armor fell to his knees and shouted, "Please don't kill me. I am the Count of Stockworth Castle, Bronn. I am willing to pay the ransom. Dragon King, please spare my life." The group of soldiers followed behind the count, kneeling on the ground and wailing. "Bronn? I have never heard of your name. Where is Countess Tanda Stockworth?" the old knight asked. "The countess fell off a horse and died. I am Laura's husband," Bronn explained. "He fell off a horse and died?" Professor Perestan limped over, sneering as he exposed Bronn's background. "This Count Bronn is a ruthless character. He made his fortune by running errands for the imps. After the Purple Wedding, he betrayed Tyrion and joined Cersei. Because of this, Empress Dowager Cersei arranged a good marriage for him. He married Madame Tanda's second daughter, Loras. Later, he tampered with Madame Tanda's horse, causing Madame Tanda to fall off and break her pelvis. Then, he used underhanded means to kill the first successor to Count Stockworth, the husband of Lady Tanda's eldest daughter, Sir Balman Bych. In the end, he chased Lady Ferris, Lady Tanda's eldest daughter, out of the house and proclaimed himself as Count Stockworth. Bronn frowned as he sized up the old professor. When he saw the long chain around his neck, his pupils could not help but shrink. "You are a scholar?" "Humph, I am a self-taught scholar. Doctor of History, I know your background very well." Bronn's face darkened as he cursed, "That old bastard Candarl betrayed me. He swore loyalty to me. Damn it, I knew the scholar could not be trusted." "Scholar Candarl swore loyalty to the master of Stockworth Castle. Do you think the King's Landing will let you go after what you did?" the old professor sneered. Bronn glanced at Dany in front of Blackie and defended himself. "First of all, I did not betray Lord Tyrion. I only refused to participate in the trial in his place. Looking at the tragic end of the Red Viper, it proves that my decision was not wrong. Secondly, Lady Tanda was careless. She was riding a horse to hunt at an old age. The fall of the horse had nothing to do with me. Scholar Candarl slandered me. Finally, Sir Balman and Ferris received Empress Dowager Cersei's order to get rid of me through a duel. Unfortunately, Balman was not skilled enough and was killed by me. You broke the rules during the spear duel and deliberately stabbed Sir Balman's horse to death with the tip of the spear. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense." Dany waved her hand and interrupted the quarrel between the two. She removed the dragon flame ring and said to Bronn, "My dragon ate your cow. It was wrong first, but you also offended me. I will not kill you today. Take your people and leave." Bronn climbed up but did not leave. He asked carefully, "Lord Dragon King, can you tell me your name?" Mercenaries are mercenaries. You have no knowledge at all," Professor Perestan mocked. "You don't even know Targaryen. Go back and read more books." "Targaryen?" Bronn was still in a daze. A red-haired soldier behind him whispered, "Boss, this is most likely Princess Rhaenys, Prince Rhaegar's sister." "Jack, you fool. Prince Rhaegar's sister was smashed to death by Tywin," another soldier said. "Dany, am I so unknown in the Westeros?" The White Knight could not stand it anymore. He stepped forward and said, "This is King Aerys's daughter, Queen Dany Rise." Then he could not help but ask, "Have you not heard of the Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "Oh, so." Bronn suddenly understood and smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have not left my fief for a long time. The scholar is also useless. I am a little uninformed. I did not know that you have returned to the Westeros. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.